A very, very good evening to all of our viewers on SABC2 and Channel 404, SABC News. It is with great pleasure we welcome you to SABC's special broadcast coming to you live from Parliament. Tonight is the State of the Nation address. Much excitement here. Good evening to you all.
Definitely much excitement here in Cape Town as we wait for President Jacob Zuma to deliver that State of the Nation address in the next hour or so. Many have many expectations with regards to what the President has to say, what government's program of action will be for the year 2017, but obviously a lot of emphasis around radical economic transformation and exactly what it means, as well as the issue around land.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, we've been hearing about this radical economic transformation now. That's been what we've been talking about, and I think we're going to see the President really going through everything that he has promised over, particularly from last year, and having a look at what has been achieved so far. So tonight really is going to be quite a special evening to hear the President and see what he has in store for us for 2017. But that's a little bit later on, in perhaps just under an hour's time. We should see that beginning. But throughout the afternoon, if you have been watching our coverage on SABC News, you would have seen some of the fashions and some of the arrivals here on the red carpet. And as usual, not disappointing, lots of colors, lots of people lining the streets there. You can see some of the school children that have come out, and they are watching the arrival of some of these dignitaries that have come and attending this.
You know, Leanne, actually looking at that visual, I wish that I was one of those kids. Unfortunately, I didn't make the cut.
Did you never make it? No, neither
I never
did
made the cut. The President, of course, has invited some of the top performing students, the 2016 matriculants, who will be part of the guests, who will be listening to President Jacob Zuma as he delivers the State of the Nation address. The red carpet has been rolled out, and as Leanne has indicated, various guests have already arrived, including the members of Parliament, of course, and then, of course, you have the executive. I actually spotted the executive mayor of the city of Cape Town, as well as the executive mayor of Ekurhuleni in Gauteng.
Yeah, it's been a beautiful. There we go. We're getting your fashions on the screen now. Everybody posing for their photographs, and of course, there's always that analysis afterwards, Aldrin, about who was the best dressed and who just missed it this year and dropped the ball a little bit. But we'll leave that to the fashion experts, shall we? We won't. I
wouldn't be surprised if there's a meme that's already trending on social media.
I can promise you.
And speaking about social media, you can join the conversation on Twitter. We are using the hashtag SONA 2017 and hashtag SABC News. That's where all your tweets will be coming through. And probably a bit later on, after the President is done delivering his State of the Nation address, we will look at some of those tweets and what your take is on President Jacob Zuma's State of the Nation address.
All right, well, there you go. On your screens right now, you're seeing the speakers of the House. There's Baleka Mbete and, of course, Thandi Modise. It's going to be a busy evening for them, no doubt, but a special occasion as well. And we're seeing them there standing just outside the entrance, obviously ensuring that everything's running smoothly and welcoming the guests as they do come in. So we'll see them standing a bit later with the President as well. A little bit earlier, Aldrin, there's always that highlight. There's that magnificent bust of our former President Nelson Mandela that stands there just outside the entrance, watching over all of this. And it always does, I must say, it's one of those statues that certainly does give a bit of a lump in your throat when you kind of see it and realize that this is 20 years of our Constitution in South Africa. That's what 2017 stands for. So it'll also be a big occasion for us here in the country.
Well, definitely, you know, and just looking at that bust, the first thing that came to my mind right now is you have a huge statue that stands outside the Union buildings, of course, of former President Nelson Mandela. And the question that comes to my mind, and is what President Jacob Zuma mentioned last year during his State of the Nation address, that there should be talk or discussion or debate around having two capitals, that is the Cape Town as well as Pretoria. Pretoria, of course, being the administrative capital, and then Cape Town being the legislative capital. And there has been discussion around moving Parliament all the way to Pretoria. And actually, I had a chat earlier on with the executive mayor of the city of Tshwane, Mr. Msimanga, and I asked him about that. Mr. Msimanga, do you think that that will actually happen, that Parliament will be moved to Pretoria? And he said jokingly that he will welcome Parliament should Parliament move all the way to Pretoria.
Yeah, it's been a big discussion, and a discussion that many people are for or against, and a lot of them very much so worried about the cost of doing something like that. Well, as we mentioned beforehand, we can see the speakers of the House, both Baleka Mbete and Thandi Modise from the National Council of Provinces, welcoming guests as they arrive and to make their way into the House, and it's always a beautiful moment to witness and watch these different dignitaries arriving here. The spouses, of course, of the President arriving, and in a short while you're going to be seeing the Deputy President coming in, and then you'll see the President. He, of course, is the last person to arrive. But the arrivals that we're still expecting, of course, members of the judiciary, we also expect them to be coming in shortly. It's a very special day today. It really is when you come to the highlight of the calendar for the year in South Africa. It's something that doesn't happen too much when you see all these houses coming together and sitting and working together, because usually they're separate entities. Yeah,
it's always that way. And yesterday, actually, during during a press briefing held by the presiding officers of Parliament, that is Baleka Mbete as well as Thandi Modise, one of the questions that came from the floor is actually a comment I think that Baleka made, where she said that the President is the head of all three arms of the state, and one of the reporters asked a question around that, saying that that cannot be true, and Baleka Mbete explained it, and which totally makes sense, that the President Jacob Zuma is the head of the state, which also includes the three arms of the state. He's also the head of the executive, and of course, speaking about the head of the executive, you have the head of the judiciary, which is Chief Justice Mogoeng. Mogoeng is also expected to be amongst the guests here at the Parliament, where President Jacob Zuma will be delivering the keynote address. And as you've seen earlier on, Baleka Mbete, of course, who is the head or the chairperson of the national speaker of the Assembly.
All right. So one thing that was, I suppose, in the run-up to these, the opening of Parliament, was the very tight security measures that are around the precinct. And that's one thing that I'm sure you and I can attest for. The security is exceptionally heavy here. There have been road closures all around Parliament, and it is something that I think you can see, you can feel it this year. I must say, I've for the first time felt that you can see it's a lot more subdued. There are not many people around the area, and only officials and those that are accredited to be here are here in this precinct. But there have been warnings, and it is exceptionally strict this year, so you really can feel it this year. That is something that I think we need to convey here on the program. All right, let us quickly take a break, and when we return, we'll get some analysis during this live SONA broadcast for 2017, that hashtag SONA 2017. Join the conversation. We'll see you after this.
Look, we need to talk. I just need some space.
Claim your extra cold space with the new 500ml fridge pack.
Well, we continue with the coverage of the State of the Nation address, or the build-up to the State of the Nation address. There you have visuals of the economic freedom fighters, the MPs who will be part of President Jacob Zuma's State of the Nation address and listening in, and that is probably the operative word, whether they will actually sit in and listen to President Jacob Zuma's State of the Nation address.
Now here's a conversation for everyone here in South Africa. Well, there's your answer, South Africa. A lot of people were actually asking, is Julius Malema coming, or is he on study leave?
Well, there you have it, confirmation.
There's your answer. Julius Malema, the Commander-in-Chief of the EFF, is here at the opening of Parliament. I personally didn't doubt for a second that he'd miss up this opportunity, but you're quite right, Aldrin. This is the story, and I think everybody tunes in to see what the EFF are going to be doing. How far are they going to be taking it tonight?
I guess it's perhaps the reason that some people thought that that Julius Malema will not be making it to Parliament is because of the statement that the EFF issued about a week ago, where they said that the Commander-in-Chief of the EFF is going on study leave, so he will be studying. However, though, he will be available for special events.
Well,
I guess this is one of those special events.
I suppose so. He's he's been given a little bit of time to come here. All right, let's talk to our analysts now. In studio with us, we've got Sunisha Naidu from the IDD. Sunisha, welcome. Good to see you here.
Well, thanks for having me. It's always nice.
All right, so we might as well begin by talking about the EFF and the question on everybody's lips: how far are they going to take it tonight? We know they're going to interrupt. We know this is going to be the course, but what do you suspect?
Well, I think, you know, when you listen to their spokesperson, Lozi, on one of the TV channels yesterday, he made it, in his mind, we're not going to let the president speak. That was the messaging that came out. So obviously there is something that's going, they are planning, they are going to actually carry out. Everybody doesn't know what it is. I think even the security at Parliament don't even know what it is. So they're taking extreme measures in the kinds of things that you mentioned earlier around security, etc., etc. But looking at the insert there, I mean, they look very jovial walking down those stairs, and you know, their plan must be something. But at the end of the day, I think the EFF has also made it that strategy as their style in Parliament, to disrupt, not to allow the president to have a free flow kind of experience at the podium, and to constantly nip at the heels of the ANC across the floor. And that has been a strategy where for those people who find it frustrating, I think it has also raised the question about how you have to deal with opposition politics in the National Assembly. Yeah.
And I think something quite interesting is that when you look at 2014, when the fifth Parliament came in, and the EFF was there, I think President Jacob Zuma delivered his State of the Nation address immediately after that, and there was no interruptions. Back to 2015, where it became the theme, pay back the money, the issue around Nkandla. And 2016, something different. They've taken a different tune where they are arguing that President Jacob Zuma is an illegitimate president, and this was before.
Quite a few to pick from in terms of a menu of issues that have emerged after last year's State of the Nation. As you mentioned rightly, the Constitutional Court ruling on Nkandla, you've got the Public Protector's report on the state capture issue, you've got the SABC debacle, you've got a whole lot of interesting, and of course you've got the spy tape issue. So you've got a whole lot of different issues that render the president almost immobile in that position. And they raise the question, in fact, if anything, they're going to raise that question even more around the legitimacy of his presidency, whether he's speaking as the head of state, or whether you have the head of government, because you know we've been debating that question a lot around whether he's speaking in tonight as in his capacity as head of state, and we don't have a head of government, because that's normally a de facto prime minister. But at the end of the day, they don't see him as legitimate, and of course that's been the big issue. We've already seen some of the protests that has happened in terms of the DA working with the banner, you know, around remembering those patients that died in Gauteng. So they've already started very, very subtly, and I think the question is what's going to happen in that National Assembly when the president takes the podium.
Yeah, always a question. But let's talk about the run-up to today as well, and it's really been quite a controversial run-up in terms of the security measures. As Aldrin mentioned, and we did get a little bit of clarity about the 441 SANDF that have been here, but there's no getting away from it. There has been a lockdown this year, and we've seen very strict and tight controls. And so many people actually going forward and saying this is just, again, showing the fear from the president of the EFF and what they can do. Do you think it's more than that, or do you think that's pretty much so what it is?
I think it's about the elaborate plans to deal with issues of security. And you rightly point out, Leanne, from the time I've been attending State of the Nation, it has become a gradual incremental issue around security, and today security has just become more heightened than ever. Driving down Duval, coming through the city, you've seen military on bridges, you've seen them at strategic points. In fact, coming into the city was very, very eerie feeling, so to speak, because there was no people in the city, and this is supposed to be a people's parliament. This is supposed to be a people's state of the nation, because that's why the president moved it from 11 o'clock to 7 p.m. So the people can actually engage with it. And that heightened level of securitization, I think, has been coming for a while with regard to the way in which we've seen over the last 2 to 3 years the advent of security within the whole system. The way the accreditation process takes place, the way all of this takes place, is that there's an inherent fear of this is how we need to deal with it. But the problem with it is that the security that you're putting out, you're not sure what you're dealing with. So you're just kind of, you know, shifting out, proliferating security in all kinds of ways in order to try and deal with the problem. The problem is you don't know what's coming. So it's the unpredictability of the situation that makes you even more reactive to something.
And the problem then, I guess, would be some of the concerns that have been raised by various political analysts is that when you look at situations like what happened in Marikana, for instance, where you had police that were deployed to go and deal with the sit-in situation, and you ended up with minors being killed.
Indeed. I mean, our kind of security cluster, and especially the police, they're not readily available or have the capacity to deal with these kinds of protests. I think we've even saw it in the scuffles that emerged in this very precinct not so long ago around the Freeze Must Fall protest, the kinds of stun grenades that were going off. I mean, this was unprecedented stuff. So I think to some extent it's about whether or not we have the right capacity, the training. But again, you know, people are put in that position, and right at the front line, you're not sure how to deal with it. And that's the big unknown factor in all of this, is what's going to happen if there is indeed something very big that takes place, implodes outside these parliamentary precinct fences, and what's going to happen to how people are going to respond. And that, in a sense, is where I think some of the unpredictability of what we're seeing today emerge and kind of coalesce around this question about why is this kind of security.
Well, I mean, we've seen around the area, it's been there have been 1 or 2 protests around the area. We've seen some of the students, however, getting involved in some activism, and we've seen the police pushing them away and the guards. We've seen some EFF supporters, we've seen some ANC supporters. Nothing is yet getting out of hand. It seems to be very much so under control, as in today. From your point of view, is this just again a sign of we knew there was going to be heightened security around the area, and that of course has contained the crowds?
I don't know. I mean, it's a difficult one to say. Perhaps people had prepared their protest. They came in and they maybe felt, well, this is not the right place to do it. Maybe they're still in a kind of planning phase. Maybe they're going to plan for other occasions. I think it's about the unpredictability of the whole thing. I think people were also not prepared for, you know, the rollout of the security. We're not sure how they're going to respond to us. But I don't know. I mean, I think for me, I think the bigger question is what's going to happen in the National Assembly today. We did see some of the personnel walk into the National Assembly, some of the people in the white and black garb. So obviously, you know, there's a lot of prep taking place in there. It's not the usual vibe that you find at a State of a Nation. I think that in itself has really dampened the mood. You don't really get the sense that this is a really important occasion in our political structure around the opening of Parliament and the setting of the year for our politics.
Even, I guess, the pomp and ceremony, you don't really get that feeling of the pomp and ceremony. Just quickly, you're speaking about what's going to happen inside Parliament. We saw what happened last year, and you spoke about the Fees Must Fall issue, and that speaks directly to the issue around creating an economy that is so inclusive that the National Development Plan speaks of, that would allow every black citizen or every poor family to have a child that goes to school and be able to afford getting into a school or higher education for that matter. When you look at the economy as it is at the moment, do you think that the president will have some sort of plan around how exactly we're going to meet? And this is something that I mentioned earlier on with one of my guests from the UDM, was that the president mentioned a 2.9% economic growth when he delivered the he had a business luncheon with some investors. He mentioned a 1.3% economic growth.
This is the problem with casino economics. You know, you can change it when you want to. I would really like to know how these figures are arrived at. But coming to the more pertinent question, and that is, what do we see in terms of the economy? We are in a below 0% growth. I mean, you know, in terms of what was happening at the end of last year. Forecast for this year again is around 0.4% by the world economic bodies like the IMF, etc. So I'm not sure how he's going to revitalize and reinvigorate this economy. I don't think job opportunities are the way to do it. You want to see the creation of jobs. You've got 15.8 million people in this country that have jobs. You have 17 million people living on basically dependent on welfare. Those numbers don't add up. It's very asymmetric in the way that you. So where is this job stimulation going to come from? I think the big feather in their cap would be the signing of the national minimum wage, which was again a lot of uncertainty about whether was it going to be signed. Is it going to be, won't it be signed? What's happening? And then, of course, we saw what happened yesterday. But that only kicks in 2018. I think the real problem here, and you look at this question about the 9-point proposal that he came up with last year, and then the ANC has this 12-point proposal called radical economic transformation. I'm not sure what that means. It's a lot of issues that are put together, because this economic transformation we've been talking about since '94. Yeah. And that's the big question, the land question. The question of stimulation of the economy towards job creation, the NDP, what's going to happen with Operation Pikisa? You know, all of these are really pertinent questions in an economy that's contracting. And you must remember that President Zuma came into power in 2009 when the South African economy was being identified in a recession. We're not in a recession, but we're not doing well. So there's lots of key things, and I'm not sure whether the speech today is going to talk to that.
And that's what we're hoping for, because the economy under great spotlight here. Just a warm welcome to all of our viewers that have just tuned in. You're watching live coverage here on SABC of the 2017 State of the Nation address. It's the opening of Parliament. We've seen many of the dignitaries arriving here today. We, in fact, got word that our former President, Thabo Mbeki, and his wife have arrived. They've made their way in as well. So you've seen most of the ministers. I'm sure the ministers are already inside taking their seat. There's a hive of activity within the House, and we'll continue to do the coverage. In fact, inside the House, it's already starting, and I'm going to pose the question to you when we come back from a break. In fact, I'm going to keep our viewers with us, because I'll keep that question to myself. We'll take a quick break, and then I'm going to ask you a little bit about what's happening inside the House already. Stay tuned. This is our special coverage of the State of the Nation address.
4x4 by land, 4x4 by sea, 4x4 by air, cause the lock to fly free. The former country, how it all started out, for the brave and every Boy Scout. 4x4 doing it yourself cause you want it done right. 4x4 top down stars keep you up at night. 4x4 everyone was.
For great 4x4 ever offers, visit your Jeep dealer or jeep.co.za today.
4x4 ever.
A presumed U.S. drone strike in the south of the country has killed 3 al-Qaeda suspects.
Death toll in Yemen's 18-month-old civil war now stands at about 10,000.
People get killed or die and are actually buried before they're recorded, and we don't have a way of recording that, but we know the numbers are much higher.
Water restrictions are to be imposed on villages in and around the Nkomazi municipality.
Pumps can't pump the water because there's no water in a river. And if the water is coming back, then it's full of mud.
Those who can pray and those who can do any miracle to make sure that we've got enough rain, give it a try. Visuals of what's happening inside Parliament.
Welcome back to this special broadcast, SABC special broadcast ahead of President Jacob Zuma's State of the Nation address. And if you look on social media right now, and hashtag SONA 2017 is trending, of course, for all good reasons, and some would believe for all quite controversial reasons. I saw that the DA MPs are actually marching outside with the banner reading "Remember the lives of the Esidimeni patients who died, the 94 patients." There you have visuals of the Secretary of Parliament as we get ready to receive President Jacob Zuma. Of course, there will be a special guard of honor and then the 21 gun salute for the president, and well, there will also be the singing of the national anthem.
Yeah, that's something that was always a highlight and a flyover as well. The military band has been entertaining everybody as they've been arriving, and they'll continue to do so, especially as today hits the crescendo with the arrival of the Deputy President and, of course, the President himself. Well, our analyst still with us on the program, just talking about some of the events that are unfolding. Just a little bit earlier, Aldrin, we just saw the former President Thabo Mbeki walking into the House as well. It was lovely to see him here being present. Sunisha Naidu is with us. She's analysing some events. And in fact, you jumped the gun a little bit, Aldrin, because that was what I was saying, what's happening already inside the House. As much as we're seeing the DA outside having these banners, remember Life Esidimeni 94, they've actually put it there as well, right in front of them inside the House. So they've made flags to remember them, and obviously wanting the President to address that. We're talking about some of the things that he may or may not address. I mean, he needs to address this. Just before you do, just to tell viewers on the screen, there's our premiers that are now walking up from all the respective provinces here in South Africa. The Eastern Cape, we've got Pumelo Muswale, we've got the Free State Premier, Ace Magashule, Gauteng Premier, David Makura, KwaZulu-Natal's Willis Nkunu, and we've also got from Limpopo, Stanley Matabata, Mpumalanga Premier, David Mabuza, the Northern Cape, Sylvia Lucas, the Northwest, Supra Mahomopelo, and of course, right there at the back, we've got the Western Cape Premier, Helen Ziller. All right, back to that Life Esidimeni. What do you think?
I think the president, I mean, the fact that he never actually came out and made a statement of it in itself is not a very good sign in terms of what he wants to do. And this has been a key issue. I mean, this has been something that is symptomatic of what's been happening in the health sector, and not just in the fact that you lost 94 patients because of negligence and poor health governance. You lost people. You're losing people every single day in the health sector across the country. Health officials are working under tremendous stress with very, very little resources. I mean, the Minister of Health came out and tried to assure newly graduates from medical school, doctors, to say, oh, we have internships and you can go there. But of course, there's a whole lot of different questions that are being raised about the quality of the service. And I think what happened with these 94 patients is just a travesty of our health system. And so the president had to come out and talk about this. Unfortunately, he didn't, and I think this is going to be another issue.
But he did release a statement, though, sending I think it was a message of condolences to the families of those who have lost their loved ones.
Messages of condolences are
I guess
important.
the question then is whether that is good enough. Is it good enough that the president only sends out a message of condolences? Because on the other hand, you have some opposition parties who are calling for flags to be flying at the half-mast, and the entire country should be going into mourning. I see visuals there of there's the speakers, of the various provinces making their way through also to Parliament. Leanne,
let's talk you through some
struggling
of these.
to look at the
visuals. I know you've got
there.
a glare there. Also, before this, we also saw the Chief Justice walking up with his beautiful wife, Chief Justice Mogoeng Mogoeng. Let's just have a look at some of the speakers here. You can see them walking up the carpet. From the Eastern Cape, we've got Nokolo Kivit. From the Free State, we've got Motlo Khamang Kabate. That's from the Free State. Then Gauteng, Lenteng Mehwe. Also from KwaZulu-Natal coming up is Lydian Johnson. The Limpopo speaker is Miriam Ramadwa, and Mpumalanga Tandi Shongwe. And we've also got from the Northern Cape, Kenny Moimang. The Northwest, we've got Susanna Danki, and of course from the Western Cape, the final one to make her way up the red carpet is Shana Fernandez. So you You can see things are now moving very fast here at the State of the Nation address, and you can see the ceremony is very much so according to timing. Everything is precision here. It's to the minute.
Just quickly, for the benefit of our viewers, because this is something that has been going through my mind for a while as well, was looking through the State of the Nation address and looking at the various premiers and the speakers, is why is it always that the Western Cape is right behind? Actually, it's in alphabetical order. So you start with the Eastern Cape, which will be the first alphabet that comes up amongst the 9 different alphabets of the different provinces. So there you have it. That's the reason why you will always find the Western Cape right behind of those the speakers as well as the premiers of the various provinces.
All right, so let's get back to our discussion that we were having a little bit earlier, and I think it's as much as, you know, we can look at the pomp and ceremony. They're very serious issues facing us right now, and let's just get that closing word on this health sector, which has really shown with the issue of life esidimeni, the gaps and the problems associated there, and it's frightening. The reality is frightening.
The reality of people in the public sector using public sector services is frightening. I think when you have an experience going to the public sector hospitals and the kinds of experiences you have, the long waits, etc., is something that we don't really understand unless, of course, you are in the system and you have to deal with it on a continuous basis. And this issue around what happened in Gauteng, I think, is something of a issue that actually reflects the crisis that we have across the public sector in South Africa. We know about the state-owned enterprises and the governance questions and the issues related to them. We know about questions around the public sector health and public works and whatever else we're talking about. But I guess the point that needs to be made here is that this is what people bring as their life experience. They want to know about when are these changes going to come and when it's going to have a material, qualitative impact on my life, that I don't have to keep experiencing the negative issues, the negative impacts of this. And that is why I think having the president make a statement in addition to the messages of condolence that he had sent out to those families, is something very important, because it shows that you are in touch with what's really going on. And I think that's what the State of the Nation address is. I think there's a lot of ambivalence around whether the State of the Nation is going to touch on these issues. But I think the question now is, this is the 10th State of the Nation address by the president. We need to see a State of the Nation address that touches and reconnects with the people. The rhetoric will be there. I think we can't deny it. There'll be a lot of rhetoric. There'll be a lot of good stories to sell, so to speak, or to tell, however you want to craft that. But the bottom line is that it has to resonate with the people, because you're having a People's Assembly, which is also an unprecedented thing for the State of the Nation, and people must be able to connect with the speech. If you're not going to connect with the speech, if you're not going to feel that the speech is going to give you something, then what's the use of having a People's Assembly? And I think to a large extent, we need to start asking ourselves, because in the last couple of State of the Nation addresses, we've seen a State of the Nation address that didn't really capture the imagination. Personally, for me, it didn't capture the imagination.
Let's actually speak about the People's Assembly. And of course, President Jacob Zuma, immediately after delivering the State of the Nation address, will be going to address members and supporters of the ANC under the banner, the People's Assembly. And many have been asking the question that, why is the president doing this? Would he not find himself contradicting himself as to what he says in Parliament and how he addresses the country through the State of the Nation address, and what he says to the various members and supporters of the ANC at Grand Park Parade?
Indeed, Alton. I think this is the point. You know, what's the purpose of this People's Assembly? Is it about trying to detract from what's going on in the broader context of the political structures, the governance, the political landscape of the country, the weaknesses, the many controversies that we've seen unravel and unfold in the last 12 months, the non-delivery of issues and services, and to go to have kind of a big People's Assembly to talk about the broad platitudes, the rhetoric, etc. And I think for me, these are just grand gestures. It's symbolic. It talks to something, but it has to talk to people's livelihoods, because at the end of the day, it's people on the ground who feel the pinch, who feel the impact of what a 27% unemployment is all about. Yeah. There's a job opportunity, but what you want is employment. And then, of course, you have a very shrinking tax base. So if you have 17 million people on some form of social welfare, and you have 15.8 million people supposedly employed, what's the middle class going to be doing? More tax. And I think this is going to be a very important speech as a precursor to the budget speech on the 22nd of February.
Yeah, certainly something to look forward to. Now, just as you see on your screen right now, you can really see that things are getting to a point where we should be seeing the arrival of the president very, very shortly, and the deputy president as well. So do stay tuned. We'll bring that to you live. But right now, we're previewing what we can expect out of the State of the Nation address, and something that we haven't touched on as yet, and something that I no doubt we are going to see President Jacob Zuma talking about, is that of higher education.
Yes.
Last year, of course, we saw many protests happening. We saw students being taking it to another level when it comes to protests and the violence associated with the fees. But we did hear from universities that there's going to be that cap of an 8% increase. The previous year there wasn't an increase, yes, and the president announced that and was proud of that. But there is the reality of an increase now. How is he going to handle this?
Well, I think, Leanne, he's going to probably talk about some of the successes. They're going to talk about the student funding program, NAPSIS, and what has happened there in terms of the bringing new people on stream. But I don't think, I mean, I think it's going to be broad. It's going to probably be left to what is allocated in the budget speech when the Minister of Finance delivers it. But I also think what's going to be important as well is that the other question around this is some of the questions that have been linked not only to the student protest movement and to the fees issue, etc., but also to the land question. I think there's going to be questions around the land question. And I think I would be very keen to see how much of what the 12-point proposal that the ANC had unveiled over the weekend becomes part and parcel of key points for this speech. Again, some of it is very broad, very rhetorical. It's big. You know, these are things that I'm not sure how you go about translating into policy impact and policy deliverables. And I think for me, the big question is the implementation, the how, and that's going to be key.
Do you at all think, speaking about fees must fall, do you all think that the president will delve into again explaining to the nation that the reason why the country cannot have free education is because the ANC believes that those who are capable of paying should be paying? And that's the other argument around, if you look, for instance, at the commission that's looking into the feasibility of free education. The argument from even with inside the ANC and different bodies inside the alliance is that, listen, in 2007 at Polokwane, we took a resolution that said that there will be a free education, not free education attached with conditions, that it's free education only for the poor.
I think you bring up a very significant point, because those are the kinds of statements that get you into a bit of a pickle, because the interpretation is very important. And of course, a lot of it can get lost in translation as well. So at the end of the day, I think for the president to then clarify those statements again brings back the emotion, the emotiveness of the issue. And so the question is, what do you mean? But I think the other point that we probably need to touch on, and we need to bear in mind as the president makes this State of the Nation address.
Sorry, Sanusha, just quickly need to interrupt you there. We see visuals of the various presidents of the provincial high courts across the country. I think, did I miss Mogoeng, Chief Justice Mogoeng there? I've watched the previous visuals of the State of the Nation address, where Chief Justice Mogoeng would be leading the judiciary. And you know, the other argument that comes into place is the sentiment from many, well, from South Africans, is that they find that it's only the judiciary that has credibility compared to the other two arms of the state.
I agree. I think considering the landmark decisions that they've been making in the past year, and the fact that we've now used litigation as a way to determine the role and the function and the accountability of the executive and the legislature, makes the judiciary one of those much more respected, credible institutions. Just to go back to the point I was making earlier, I think we also got to bear in mind, you brought in Polokwane, we've got a policy conference coming in this year as well for the ANC, and there's a lot that they need to tick off in terms of achievements. So again, I think that would be at the back of the mind of both the president in terms of some of of the issues that need to be resolved that have not been resolved. So the education one could remain something that in terms of, yes, we are going to do it, but then there's going to be residual issues that you have not achieved.
Well, definitely, it's definitely about the how. Dal, there you have visuals of the different presidents of the provincial high courts making their way in to Parliament. And just looking at these visuals, of course, there you have one of the justices, and there's Chief Justice Mogoeng also going into Parliament. And quite interesting is that Chief Justice is walking into a Parliament that the Constitutional Court has made a finding against, that you have failed to hold the executive to account.
Indeed, I think this is the interesting thing about the fact that the Constitutional Court or the judiciary in itself can actually remain impartial and hold accountable the legislature and take the legislature on and say, you have not upheld your duties in terms of the way in which the whole public protector's report in Nkandla was handled. So I think in that context it's going to be very important, and I think it gives that level of still a semblance of hope that we can have a judiciary that's remaining within the context of a separation of powers.
Yeah, certainly having a look at the judiciary walking in, it's great to see, led by Chief Justice Mogoeng, the acting Deputy Chief Justice Blessing Kabinda as well. And we've got the acting President of the Supreme Court of Appeal there, Mandisa Maya, and the Secretary General as well in the office, as well as the provincial representatives. So that's the walking in of the judiciary. And as we head towards 19 minutes before the start of the State of the Nation address, the actual address, in the next couple of minutes, if not seconds, we should start seeing the Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa arriving, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, as well as the Deputy Chairperson of Parliament's National Council of Provinces. All of them will arrive, and then, of course, we'll see the President coming through up this carpet. So that's the order that we can expect right now, as these visuals are live, and you are tuned in to SABC watching our special coverage of the 2017 State of the Nation address.
Well, quite interesting just seeing that precision of those military officials just lined up outside the precinct. And yesterday, and actually it was quite interesting when I noticed that during the rehearsals that Baleka Mbete as well as Thandi Modise, they've been doing this they've been doing this 10 times already.
Yeah,
I know.
Is the 10th one.
This is President Jacob Zuma's 10th State of the Nation address, and they're still part of the rehearsals. They were standing on the podium yesterday as they prepare for the State of the Nation address. Quite a lot of work that goes into the State of the Nation address, and obviously many streets around the precinct of Parliament has been cordoned off. And as we wait for President Jacob Zuma, and as you indicated earlier on, we also wait for the Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa to arrive. And Sunishna, just quite interesting is that this State of the Nation address happens in a year, a very big political year, as the ANC goes to the policy conference, as you mentioned earlier on, but later on the elective conference. And many have been having the argument around whether it will be Cyril Ramaphosa who delivers the State of the Nation address after the 2019 elections, should the ANC win those elections, or whether it will be the former or outgoing AU Commission Chairperson, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma. Those are some of the things that people will be talking about, definitely.
Yeah, those are some of the
Indeed. I mean, I think, whether it will be the first woman president that delivers the State of the Nation address, I think it's very important. And these are key issues. I mean, I think to a large extent, this is what makes it so significant. President Zuma, 10th State of the Nation. It doesn't mean he in politics, you can't take things for granted. So he will be back again next year, and then of course in 2019, and then you have an election.
Well, that argument would only happen if what they call the dissenting voices within the ANC do not have their way, because there are those, of course, who are calling for the president to step down. There, we have visuals there of the presidential motorcade. I think that is the Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, who we're also speaking about here in studio, and what his expectations are of one day delivering the State of the Nation address.
He's been wanting this for a while. Let's not kid.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. And anything could happen. But of course, I think the big question is 2017 December, come the elective conference, and which of these groups within the party actually win, whether it's the dissenting voice or not. But I mean, the question remains is, things may stay the same. Things may not stay the same. Who knows? I mean, I don't think we were prepared for what happened after the 2007 elective conference.
Yeah.
But I think this is what makes this so unpredictable. So there's a lot that's going on in terms of the bettings around who's going to come in and the constituencies that are going to win, etc. And so I think, you know, safe bet is he may be here in 2018 again, President Zuma, delivering the 11th State of the Nation address, and again in 2019 on the 12th one. But then, of course, remember, in an election year, you have two.
Exactly, exactly. So again, that's all yet to be seen. But let's get back to the present right now, because we can see the Deputy President's motorcade has arrived. He's making his way out of the vehicle and about to come up that red carpet, and certainly a lot of attention on our Deputy President at this time. We all know that the Deputy President signing that 20 Rand per hour minimum wage agreement between Labour business and the government, and that happened this week, and that a big moment for him. Of course, our Deputy President accompanied by his wife, Tsepo Motsepe, as well. So this is, as we keep saying, perhaps a time where it could be him being the next president, but that's preempting a conversation. Right now, he walks in as the capacity of the Deputy President.
And actually speaking about, Leanne, that 20 Rand per hour minimum wage agreement that the President has signed with these various stakeholders, you have the argument as well around whether that, and of course we expect President Jacob Zuma to mention this in his State of the Nation address. You have the argument around whether this is a living wage, and Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa made it clear that this is not a living wage. However, it is a minimum wage, and there will be a committee that will look into whether the minimum wage should be increased every year. Leanne.
Yes, indeed, and that's again one of those issues that we know COSATU are still the only union that have not put pen to paper. Wait to see how things unfold. Just having a look at what's on your screen right now, the Deputy President. We will get sight of him very, very soon as he makes his way up that red carpet. And we do know as well that there's a huge involvement of the military here today, and you can see them lining the streets. But this, of course, is the ceremonial side of this particular State of the Nation address, and it's good to see them here with us. But joining us now, we've got Warrant Officer Lionel Ashbury. He's based at 35 Squadron at Air Force Base Eysterplaat right here in Cape Town, and he'll be able to give us a lot more detail as to what's going on and talk us through these procedures that we're seeing on the screen, and yet what we can, of course, expect happening going forward. Good to have you. Thank you very much for being with us.
Good evening to you, Leanne. Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, it's an absolute pleasure. So we're seeing our Deputy President walking in there, and alongside the Deputy Speaker of Parliament as well, Lechisa Tsanoli. And we are seeing, of course, the military playing a very big role here. But what we're seeing on your screen, of course, is the ceremonial side of everything. Talk us through what is happening now behind the scenes as we get ready for the President.
Well, in the lineup towards the State of the Nation's address, the streets are lined, as you quite mentioned correctly, by all four arms of service of the South African National Defence Force, that being the South African Army, South African Air Force, South African Navy, and the South African Military Health Services. And there are 925 members all in all involved in the lining of the streets, and inclusive of the members involved here at the ceremony in front of the House of Assembly. We have the National Ceremonial Guard, who's already formed up outside waiting for the President's arrival, and they even have their band represented here this evening as well. There are various other military bands here. We have the Cape Town, or the South African Army Band of Cape Town. There's the South African Army Band of KwaZulu-Natal, who's been providing music for the spectators here this afternoon. There's the Cape Field Artillery Pipe and Army Band, or drum band rather, as well as the South African Medical or Military Health Services Band as well. So there are various groups of military bands providing music as in leading up to the build-up for the arrival of the President.
All right. We're now seeing the motorcade, which I believe is that of the President. That seems to be arriving here at the parliamentary precinct. And of course this ceremony and the presidential procession starting at the Slave Lodge just outside the entrance to the parliamentary precinct. This is where the camera shots are coming from, and we of course are going to be talking about this now, and very shortly we're also going to see that 21 gun salute and the salute flight by the South African Air Force, and that is a wonderful thing. Tell us about that.
Right, I can tell you that the salute flight by 5 of the Pilatus PC-7 Astra, as commonly known in the Air Force terms as the Astra training aircraft at Central Flying School Langebaanweg. 5 of them will be heading overhead. They've already taken off at 6:20, and they're holding just south of Air Force Base Eysterplant. And upon the signal over to them, they'll be running in to be in line with the arrival of the State President once he takes the General Salute, which will be presented by the National Ceremonial Guard. The leader of this formation is Major Lennon Achana, and on board with him in the same aircraft is one of the actual members of the Silver Falcon flying aeronautical team of Air Force Base Langebaanweg, and also presenting the South African Air Force at various parades and displays. She'll be on board as well to manage the navigational side of matters for the run-in overhead the House of Assembly.
Well, there you have visuals of the Commander-in-Chief of the South African National Defence Force and Warrant Officer. Just quickly wanted to pick your brain on this one, is the 21 gun salute. It's always momentous. People always look forward to the 21 gun salute. What is the significance of it?
The significance thereafter is it's internationally. It is a tradition that is held traditionally. Where it originated from was that once a ship in the sailing sail ships of yonder, when they entered close to the harbour of a visiting country, they would unload the cannonballs from the cannons, but the cannons would always have been loaded with gunpowder. So they would fire off to signify their arrival, and simultaneously from the land, the host country would then return the salute. And the 21 gun salute is significant for the head of state, as well as for full state funerals, and as well as to honour the South African flag.
So we can see the President has arrived. I beg your pardon, Audrey. He's arrived, and he's now greeting eminent persons from the respective provinces that are there to be there. They've been nominated by their provincial legislatures. The list that we've given at this point, we can't tell you. We unfortunately can't see exactly whose hand is shaking, but we can see that from KwaZulu-Natal, the nominated individual is Mandlenkosi Petrus Dlomo. He's an MK veteran. He's 70 years old. He was elected in 2011 as a chairperson of the Veterans League, and elected as the provincial chairperson of the Veteran League as well until current, which ends next year. So that's from the KwaZulu-Natal. I've also got out of the Northwest, Palesa Rose Manche, 54 years old, Chief Executive Officer of the Manche Group, which comprises of La Manche Clothing as well. So many others represented. Aldrin, some from Limpopo?
Well, yes, actually from Limpopo we have Mahobo Celia Mamabulo, who's a qualified teacher, and from Gauteng, Sakamile Elsie Moletane, who's 76 years old, struggle icon. Quite a lot of struggle icons,
yeah,
who are part of the eminent persons who President Jacob Zuma has invited over there.
Absolutely, we can see. And just to finish off the lists for us here, we've got from the Northern Cape, also another struggle icon, Lorato Palweni, 71 years old, also being represented here. And from the Eastern Cape, Laura Mpalwa, 87 years old. Isn't that fantastic? She's a Dr. Laura Mpalwa, former nurse with 20 years of service, and being nominated by their provincial legislatures. And here in her home province of the Western Cape, representing is Willie Simmer, 76 years old, a community activist supporting communities in the Cape Flats since the 1960s.
And then all the way from Mpumalanga, Beauty Ndombomuhle Mahlubane, who's 71 years old, also as former teacher and currently serving as a ward committee member. And from the Free State, Maponto Toramolipe, who is 72 years old and who is a member of the region of Sakau Union. Of course, we know the role that unions have played in South Africa's liberation struggle. There are visuals of, I think that's the parliamentary choir, if I'm not mistaken, Leanne, who are currently serenading the guests, as well as President Jacob Zuma, visuals of President Jacob Zuma, as well as the chairperson, or the Speaker of Parliament rather, Baleka Mbete, followed by the I think that is the National Council, the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Thandi Modise.
Absolutely. All right, I think at this point what we'll do is we'll let the visuals speak for themselves, and as South Africa watches on, as our President Jacob Zuma, accompanied, as Aldrin said, by the Speaker, up to the podium where we're now going to see the national anthem, the 21-gun salute and the flyover take place before they enter into the House.
Yeah, I could listen to both.
Well, there on your screen you can see the President being accompanied by down the stairs by our National Assembly Speaker, Baleka Mbete. This is being led behind by the Chairperson of Parliament's National Council of Provinces, Thandi Modise, who of course was accompanying Makumalo during the national anthem. She was standing with her. That is the wife that has come with our President. We saw the other two spouses arriving a little bit earlier and welcomed by the speakers at the respective houses. So the Parliament is about to get underway. We've seen all the different parties have taken their seats and they are now awaiting for the President to go to the podium. The doors are closed. And this is the moment for President Jacob Zuma when he delivers his 10th State of the Nation address. We'll be with you directly after this. Enjoy this live coverage.
Can we have some order? Honorable members, there will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated.
Honorable Speaker
Madam Speaker.
House Chair, Speaker and Chairperson, may I please draw your attention? I'm raising in terms of the Constitution to seek your protection and the protection of the Constitution. So both Section 58 and 71 of the Constitution say that as members of Parliament and delegates of the National Council of Provinces, we have got privileges, and that we are not subject, we cannot be arrested, and we cannot be charged criminally. But we have got it on good authority that 21 members of the SAPS have joined the Parliamentary Protection Services today with the intention of arresting members of the EFF. They even have these cable ties, which they want to use to tie down members of the EFF here in Parliament. But besides that, they've got injections as well. They want to inject members of Parliament of the EFF with biological contents that are going to deactivate them for the rest of the day. So we're standing up, Chair and House Chair and the Speaker, to seek protection that in the proceedings of this House today, we're not going to be subjected to harassment that will be in contravention of both Section 58 and 71 of the Constitution of South Africa. We want to raise issues with you. We have told you in advance that there are issues we want to raise with you. But can you please be guaranteed protection for today, that we're going to respect the Constitution and make sure that everything else happens as per the Constitution. Up to you, Speaker and Chairperson.
I'd like to recognize the honorable member raising a point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is a joint, according to the joint sitting of this House, joint House of this House on Chapter 2. This is a joint sitting that has been called by the President. The President to deliver the annual or special address to Parliament. Another thing, Speaker, that honorable member was not recognized. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member. Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, may I address you in terms of Rule 14UB of the Joint Rules of the National Assembly, of the Joint Rules of this Parliament? Madam Speaker, let's get back to the people's business in this House. Madam Speaker, I would like, as this is the first sitting of this House since the tragedy of Edemene, of the Edemene 94, who we recognize today as the greatest human tragedy in this country since Marikana, that I believe it would be appropriate for this House to mark this occasion and this tragedy and show some respect for those families and those members who lost their lives in this massive tragedy.
On a point of order, Speaker.
By allowing this House to make...
On a point of order, Speaker.
Take a moment of silence.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order. Speaker, on a point of order.
Yes, Honorable Bongo. What's the point of... But Honorable Bongo, let me finish listening to this point of order, then I'll take you.
Okay.
Go on, Honorable Steenhuisen.
The request is that we believe it would be appropriate for this House to recognize this tragedy and suffering, to mark it with a moment of silence, and to reflect that, on the fact that it must never happen in South Africa again. I believe it would be appropriate, and I'm requesting you, Madam Speaker, to allow us this opportunity to do so.
Honorable Bongo, what is the point of order you want to raise?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a joint sitting convened by the President in terms of rule number 42.1.5 of the Constitution, read with the joint rules, Chapter 2, 17A, which simply means that the President may convene such a sitting in terms of the rules and the Constitution to address the sitting on a special business, which is the State of the Nation address. So in terms of this sitting convened by the President, there's no provision whatsoever that we may have to take any other item except the item that the President has called us here for in terms of the Constitution.
Honorable members, I have taken your points of order, although it is quite unusual on this occasion for us to raise points the way we have, because we all know that according to this House's rules and the Constitution, the occasion of a joint sitting for purposes of receiving the President's State of the Nation address is a very specific and special one. On the issue raised by Honorable Steenhuisen, I want to say, Honorable Steenhuisen, I agree with you, but would like to suggest that we hold on that point until we start the debate next week. Honorable members, the President has called this joint sitting.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, Honorable Waters, let me listen to Honorable Shibambu. He
Honorable Speaker,
actually rose before
I rose
you.
in terms of the Constitution to seek protection and assurance from you that the events of this House are going to be protected by this book, by this Constitution. I've brought to your attention the fact that as part of the protection services here in Parliament, we've got members of the SAPS. We've got a fresh judgment from the Constitutional Court that state securities, particularly the SAPS, must not be involved in keeping so-called security here in Parliament or security in Parliament. We have dealt with that separately, but there are members of the SAPS who have been assessing everything else that we do here. And we know as part of their plan, they're going to come with these cable ties. That is a valid point which you must entertain. Assure us as members of Parliament that when we proceed today, we're not going to have SAPS invading the House, violating the Constitution, undermining the Constitutional Court. We have done that on many occasions, but please make an assurance today that they're not going to allow for the violation of the Constitution and the Constitutional Court ruling on this particular issue particularly. Can you assure us about that? What is difficult about that?
Honorable Shibambu, this House cannot work on the basis of hearsay, because you are now telling us something we are not aware of. So all we can say to you as presiding officers is that we will do everything according to the rules to make sure that everything we do in this House is based on the law and not based on suppositions or rumors. Honorable Waters.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this House is the People's Parliament, and we should reflect the wishes of the people. Now, 94 people were massacred in Gauteng by the Health Department. Right? Disabled people were massacred. All the Honourable Steenhuisen is asking for is a moment's silence to reflect on that and to respect those 94 people that were massacred and their families. And I'm sure if you ask the President, he would not mind if we had a moment's silence before his speech. I think it is 94 people being massacred is worthy of a moment's silence here in Parliament. And I urge you, Madam Speaker, to reconsider what your ruling and that we have a moment's silence now and not next week. Thank you.
Honorable Waters, as I said earlier on, we agree with the spirit of what Honorable Steenhuisen and yourself have raised. And I suspect even the President himself might deal with that issue. However, allow us to proceed with this joint sitting according to plan, and indeed we will entertain the matter when we start the debate on the State of the Nation address of the President.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, I would just like to say to you that this is the opening of the State of the Nation. This is the appropriate time to mark the tragic loss of life. You can't put a marking of tragic loss of life on hold for a week. It looks completely cheap and makes a mockery of the loss of life here. I'm sure the President won't mind if we take 30 seconds to a minute and express this House's solidarity and condolence with those who lost their lives in this tragedy that was in fact a government error. And I think it would be appropriate of this House to mark that occasion. Don't put it on hold. Please, it's a
Honourable
heartfelt pain.
Steenhuisen, we appreciate your views and we would like to be allowed to proceed with conducting the business. And I mean, I'm quite sure there are many times when honourable members have different views from the presiding officers, but the issue is we would now like to proceed with the business as planned. I see Honourable Malema has raised his hand.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We are raising a simple matter that this cable tie, we took it from a security guy outside. And all of us should enjoy your protection. So a caring speaker who's concerned about all members of parliament and their safety would have immediately sanctioned that some brief investigation be made on the cable tie. And the second thing is that there are 21 policemen, subs, in white shirts. They came in here through police vehicles. The Constitutional Court has made clear pronouncements with regard to that. And if such an allegation is made, it will be correct for the Speaker to say, we sanction our table to ensure that indeed there is compliance with the law, as you say. It's not just an allegation. Our security and our safety is important, and it should be the concern of a caring speaker who's not partisan. So it shouldn't be a rumor because it came from an opposition. It is a serious issue raised by a member of parliament. And we need you as our head to assure us that no cable ties will be used against members of parliament, including injections. They are having injections. If there is a possibility of pushing people out here, people are going to be injected with biological weapons here, which are brought by these security people here. So please reassure us that we are indeed safe in this parliament. We'll raise our concerns and our issues without any fear or favor from the security apparatus. Thank you.
Honourable Malema, I have already ruled on that matter. I have already ruled on that matter, and I now intend to proceed.
Speaker, may I address you, please?
Honourable Waters.
Speakers, given your ruling that you will only consider the moment of silence next week, would you mind giving the DA 30 seconds to stand in moment of silence for the 94 people? Thank you very much.
Honourable members of the DA, I have not given you your chance to observe a minute of silence, which you will observe along with all other honourable members. And therefore, your standing is your business. It is not according to the ruling of the chair. Honourable members, the President has called this joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces in terms of Section 84(2)(d) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, read with Joint Rules 7(1)(a), in order to deliver his State of the Nation address to Parliament. I now call on the Honourable, the President, to address the joint sitting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam
Madam Speaker.
The
Madam Speaker
of the National
Madam
Assembly,
Chairperson of the NCOP,
the Chairperson
I rise in terms
of the National Council of Provinces,
the Joint Rules 14LA,
Deputy Speaker
14S1
of the National Assembly,
14UB,
and the Deputy
read together with the
Chairperson
Constitution
Honorable President.
of the NCOP.
Honorable President, please take your seat. Honorable Gadi.
Sit down, President.
No. Honorable Gadi, you are on a point of order. What is your point of order?
Read together, Madam Speaker and Madam Chairperson of the NCOP.
Madam Speaker. Madam
I rise
Speaker,
in terms of the
on a
Joint
point of
Rules
order,
14LA,
on a point of order,
14S1,
no.
and 14
Honorable Gadi,
UB.
just hold your horses. Honorable Member, I have recognized Honorable Gadi. He is still on a point of order. You therefore cannot interrupt a member on the floor who has been recognized. Honorable Gadi, please continue.
Thank you very much. Let me start afresh so that he can hear me well. Madam Speaker and Madam Chairperson of the NCOP, I rise in terms of the rules of the joint sitting, Rule 14 LA, Rule 14 S1, and Rule 14 UB, read together with the Constitution, Section 2, Section 87, Section 49(2), and 51, Paragraph A and B. Read together with the judgment of the Constitutional Court on the 31st of March 2016, which held that the failure by the National Assembly to hold the President accountable by ensuring that he complies with the remedial action taken against him
Honorable
is
Bongo, take your seat.
inconsistent
This member is on the floor.
with its
Take your
obligations.
seat. Honorable Bongo, take your seat. We recognize this member. We will rule on the matter. Please proceed, Honorable Gadi.
It did not go to do his population.
Don't concentrate on him. You are on a point of order.
The failure by the National Assembly to hold the President accountable by ensuring that he complies with the remedial action taken against him is inconsistent with its obligation to scrutinize and oversee the executive action and to maintain oversight of the exercise of executive powers by the President, and in particular, to give urgent attention to or intervene by facilitating his compliance with the remedial action. The Constitutional Court therefore issued an order that the resolution absolving the President from compliance with the remedial action taken by the Public Protector is invalid and set aside. The Constitutional Court therefore went further to say the President has failed to uphold, defend, and respect the Constitution
Honorable
as the supreme
Gadi.
law of the land.
Honorable Gadi.
And accordingly,
Honorable Gadi.
Both the President
Honorable Gadi.
and the presiding officers are in contempt of the Constitutional Court provision.
What is the point of order?
The point of order is that the President is in breach of his oath of office, failed to uphold, defend, and promote the Constitution.
Honorable Gadi.
And accordingly, he cannot address honorable members, including the presiding officers, who they themselves have failed to hold the President accountable.
Honorable
Accordingly, the Parliament is in contempt of the Constitutional Court, just as
Honorable Gadi, you are now addressing the House. You are not making a point of order.
Thank you. You have heard, Madam Chairperson of the NCOP. I will await your ruling. Thank you.
Chair.
Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority.
Honorable Chair, Section 89 of the Constitution of the Republic says this Parliament can remove the President from office by a substantive motion that can be brought before this Parliament. Indeed, Honorable Chair, substantive motions have been brought before this Parliament for the removal of the President, not only on the basis of Section 89, but also on the basis of the Section 102 of our Constitution, vote of no confidence on the President. This Parliament has decided not to remove the President on the basis of what the honorable member is raising today. We can't go back to that motion that has not been properly put before this House. It was put before this House. The motion was defeated in this House. I therefore request, Honorable Chair, that you rule that we continue with the business of this House and reject this frivolous intervention by this honorable member. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair of the NCOP.
Honorable Malema, I have yet to rule on this motion.
Yeah, but you gave him an opportunity to speak before you even ruled on Godrich. Because the procedure is such that you must rule on Godrich before you give him. You broke your own rules, so allow me to proceed.
Proceed?
Yes. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP. Sitting in front of us here, it's a man who
Are you
is
on a point of
incorrigible.
order?
An incorrigible man, rotten to the core. And that has been found by the Constitutional Court. And this story that
Honorable
you voted,
Malema.
the story
Honorable
that you
Malema.
voted majority to keep him, it doesn't make him
Honorable
a
Malema,
legitimate
that is
president.
not a point of order.
But listen to me. Listen to me.
That is not a point of order.
But listen to me, Chairperson of the NCOP.
Yes, but that is not a point of order. You
What
stood on a point of order.
What was Jackson's point? What was Jackson's point? What was Jackson's point?
Can I rule?
No, but let me speak. What was Jackson's point? We're all equal here. We're all equal here. Jackson did not rise on any point in the rules. I'm following in what he did. So I'm saying the fact that majority voted against the Constitutional Court decision, it doesn't make the majority right. You voted against the Nkandla report, which was declared by the Constitutional Court that you were in breach of the Constitution by voting against the Nkandla report. You are repeating the same mistake. Mr. Zuma has collapsed his own right to address us here.
Can you allow
Mr.
us to
President,
rule on the matter?
441 soldiers will never protect you.
Point of order.
Your problem is not outside.
Point of order.
Your problem is here. There is no soldier here. Here we're elected.
Honorable Malema.
You want soldiers to defend
Honorable
you.
Malema.
Let soldiers form a political party and
Honorable
come in.
Malema, please
Inside
take
here
your
they will
seat.
never come in. So we are not
Honorable
going to
Malema.
allow the president to address us.
Honorable Malema, please take your seat. Honorable members, allow us to rule on this matter. Honorable Gadi rose on a point of order. I actually ruled and said what he was doing was addressing the House and that it was not a point of order. I then allowed the chief whip of the majority party to speak. I want to say, in the first place, the matter the honorable members are dealing with, the members of the National Assembly, has nothing to do with the business of today. It has nothing to do with the joint sitting. It would have nothing to do with the joint sitting because the NCOP is not empowered to elect or to impeach.
On a point of order.
I am on the floor.
You must recognize.
I am addressing this House. You will take your seat. And therefore, this point that the joint sitting must now address the business which belongs solely to the National Assembly cannot be viewed as a serious point of order by this joint sitting. And therefore, I wish to dismiss all these points of orders.
Chair of the NCOP, can you recognize me?
You are recognized.
Madam Chair, let me just remind you, when Honorable Gadi stood up, he cited Section 14 of the joint rules. he didn't go with the rules book of the National Assembly. So we have a rule book that is called a joint rules book 14C, and he quoted so many sections in that rule book, and he combined it with a section in the Constitution. So we would like to stress that, Madam Chair, since this Parliament have not taken the advice of the Constitutional Court, that rules that the President have violated his oath of office. So therefore the President cannot address this House until you, presiding officer, you pronounce on the procedures to discipline the President.
Honorable Sope, that's not a point of order. I have ruled on this matter. Please allow us to continue with the business of the day. I want to urge honorable members not to stand up and repeat what is really not a point of order. If members of the National Assembly wish to carry on with this matter, please do it when it is your own sitting at your own time.
On a point of order, Chair.
You are on a point of order, Honorable Mkwili.
Ke a leboga modula stilo. Ke mayana ke go gakolola gore ka di 25 tsa October 2016 you allowed Mr. Zuma to address the National Council of Provinces, and we made it a point to you, Honorable Chair, to say,
is that a point of order, Honorable Mkwili?
It's a point of order.
That is not a point of order.
What you replied on, you said this is not the business of the NCOP.
Yes.
Let me remind you that Parliament is made up of two houses, meaning the NA and the National Council of Provinces.
Please take your seat. That's not a point of order.
It's a point of order. Listen to what I'm saying.
That is not a point of order.
To speak.
Please take
so we
your
are not
seat.
going to allow this man to address us. He's
Honorable
not honorable.
Mkwili,
I've
take your
taken
seat.
my oath.
That is not a point of order. Honorable members, the business of the National Assembly and the business of the NCOP and the mandates as per the Constitution that you are so...
Chairperson of the NCOP.
I am speaking. Please take your seat. Honorable members, we will not allow the business of this House to degenerate or not to start simply because you are raising issues which purportedly are points of orders which are not points of orders in this sitting. I would want to ask the President to continue.
Chairperson of the NCOP.
Honorable Speaker, I have respectfully been trying to get your attention, and we right from the beginning, even before you recognized Honorable Gadi. Rule 14S, you have to recognize my leader on his point of order.
I did not see him. Honorable members, Kahlenibo. Honorable members, I did not see Honorable Lekota. No, I did not see his hand. I have no reason why I would not recognize him. Honorable President, please take your seat. Honorable Lekota, a point of order.
I rise on a point of order, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order.
You are covered, you are protected. Say, please proceed. You are on a point of order.
In terms of Section 48, it relates to Section 48 of the Constitution. In terms of that section of the Constitution, none of us can be a member of Parliament, of the National Assembly or of Parliament without taking an oath under Schedule 2. We, please, We of the Congress of the People want to place it on record. We pointed out in the last State of the Nation address that the gentleman before you has broken his oath of office. He admitted that. Subsequently, the court found that he has discharged himself from the oath of office. He can't be a member of parliament when he has discharged himself.
Honorable
Section 48 requires that. Madam Speaker, she's called a scoundrel. In our mother tongue,
Honorable Lekota, that is not a point of order.
Now, we cannot hold Limene as a role
Honorable Lekota, that is not a point of order.
Must follow,
please
must
take
emulate.
your seat.
Therefore, we cannot become part of a
Honorable
process.
Lekota, that's not a point of order.
No, we have not broken our oath of office. Now you want
That's not a point of order. Please take your seat.
In the breaking of our office, oath of office, we have not broken ours. He broke his. He broke his oath of office. We did not break our oath of office. So we can't.
Honorable Lekota.
Yes.
Please take your seat. That's not a point of order. Honorable members, we have ruled on this matter. We have ruled on this matter, and I wish to reiterate that we must allow the President to continue with his speech. You have been putting matters, you have been addressing the House, not on points of order. But we now wish to proceed with the business of the day. Honorable President, please proceed.
You are suppressing our freedom of speech.
Please.
Cyril Ramaphosa.
Speaker.
President Thabo
On a point of order. Chair.
Chief Justice
Chair.
Mogoeng.
Speaker.
And all esteemed members of the judiciary.
On a point of order.
Please recognize us.
Members, ministers.
On a point of order.
On a point of order.
National Chair, please recognize
premiers
Chairperson of the
and
NCOP.
speakers of
Can you please recognize us?
provincial legislatures.
Chairperson of the NCOP, you cannot allow a situation to continue like this. It's out of order. You have to listen to us.
Institutions.
You must give us an opportunity to speak here.
Chairperson of the
Honorable just because you are standing for president of the ANC,
now
you are
speaker.
avoiding things
Speaker.
here.
Speaker.
Please,
Point of order.
recognize us.
On the point of order, Chair.
Honorable
Please. Point of order. You want to be president.
Honorable member.
Broken
You
the
are
law.
disrupting the order.
This is not a cell. This is not a prison.
You are disrupting
We can't be criminal.
Honorable
We're not in a prison or a rehabilitation center.
Please
allow us to just focus on how to calm
Sit
these
down,
honorable
Zuma,
members
please.
down.
Sit down.
Honorable members, we have been patient with you. We have been trying to give you an opportunity to express yourselves, but we believe that in actual fact, the freedom of expression of the members of this honorable house is definitely being abused by yourselves. Because all honorable members who are here in this house have come to listen to the State of the Nation address. South Africans are here in the gallery. South Africans are sitting at home, waiting eagerly to listen to the State of the Nation address. We would like to assure you, honorable members, that we will respect your freedom of speech,
please do,
your freedom to raise points of orders, but we are not going to allow you to obstruct the business of the House and to continue to abuse all of us on the basis that you have a right to raise points of orders. So we would like to say to yourselves, Honorable Shibamu, that we're not going to sit here the whole night listening to you raising points of orders,
but the rules allow
which we have ruled. We have ruled upon the issues you've been raising.
But you have not yet.
We have ruled, and we are not intending to waste endless time because you have a right to raise a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, there is nowhere in this rule book where it's allowed that you will refuse a point of order that is raised by
Honorable Shibambo, you have not been recognized. Please take your seat.
I'm raising to be recognized on a point of order.
We have listened to numerous points of orders from you. Sir, you raised your hand.
No, but Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, our Chief Whip raised his hand before the leader of the DA. The least you can do is to give him an opportunity to speak and then make a ruling. What type of criteria is this? Give him chance to speak. Let us not have an attitude against members of parliament.
Nobody recognized you. Nobody gave you the space.
But let's give the Chief Whip of the EFF an opportunity to speak.
Honorable Malema, take your seat. There is an honorable member who is on the floor. Please proceed.
Speaker and Chairperson, I rise on Rule 14B. First of all, and this is absolutely critical, we saw earlier on today army members even here in the precinct. Hold on. The fact of the matter is that the Constitution has been violated, which is something even P.W. Botha would have been proud of. The leader of the ANC who is here has violated the Constitution. What doesn't change is the fact that South Africans voted for him. We are not here tonight to debate that question. What we are here tonight to debate is the people of South Africa and the fact that many don't have work. Can I request and prevail that we proceed on this matter so that we can talk about the people's business and the South Africans who are left behind while we have this discussion? Can I request that we debate that, please?
Thank you, sir.
On a point of order.
You rose on Joint Rule 14B. 14U. Honorable members, can we do the right thing and allow the president to proceed with his speech?
I don't want to interrupt the president.
Honorable members,
I've been raising my hand here.
Honorable members,
I've been doing the honorable thing, Chair.
We have had points of orders which we have ruled
for the
on.
first time. I'm speaking for
Honorable
the first time.
members, you will not hold this sitting to ransom.
I'm not trying to do
we
that,
We want to continue with the business of the day.
Can you just hear me out,
please? Take your seat.
Honorable House Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order. It has nothing to do with what has been said.
What is your point of order?
Thank you very much. First of all, those two people there at the door don't belong in the house. Those two people there must leave the house. Give that order. Everybody that is in here must have this card and must have been sworn in terms of his oath of office. Those guys must leave the house. They don't belong in the house. They're in the breach of the... Even the justices are sitting on the other side. The justices are sitting on the other side. We've got two people there. I don't know them. I didn't vet them. This is my house. They must leave. Those two people there. That's number one. I don't know them. Do you know them? You look shocked, Evie. But you say this is your house. There are two guys standing there. Who are they? Do they have this? They must go. That's the first point of order, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP. The second thing is a fundamental mistake here. We are all first and foremost citizens of South Africa, and we are not allowed, according to the Constitution, to stand for any office if we have a criminal record. The Constitutional Court, it doesn't matter whether it's NCOP, it doesn't matter whether it's legislature, even a council of councillors in a township are not allowed to hold public office if they are found to have been in breach of the Constitution. If you want to listen to a person that has breached the Constitution, go do it elsewhere. In the prisons there, where criminals speak. I have a duty, together with other members of parliament who have taken an oath of office, to protect this house in terms of the Constitution. Mr. Zuma, please leave, Baba. Please leave. You don't belong here. You are a constitutional delinquent. You have to leave. Then we can proceed with the business of the house. I'm sure each and every one of us are competent to can deliberate on the state of the nation. But Mr. Zuma is a delinquent. He breached the Constitution. He doesn't belong in it. It is him that should leave, not us. You are wrong not to protect us. You're protecting him to stay here. As a constitutional, as a criminal.
You are not making a point of order.
It is a point of order.
It is no longer
How do you call this house in session when people have invaded? Mr. Zuma, together with those two guys, they don't belong in here. He's a criminal, and they must leave.
Honorable Ndlozi, take your seat. Honorable members.
NCOP.
I want to rule on this matter.
Why mangabe umuntu ephakamisa isandla ehlonipha ningamvumeli? Ngiyacela njengoba nami ngiyimember yalana.
Point of order, ma'am.
Yabona lento point of order ngiyikhuluma ngithi ngiyacela.
Umuntu ucela on a point of order or point of
order. Ngabe point of order ngaba kuyona ngifuna ukukhuluma.
Khuluma ma.
Ngiyabonga ke. Sihlalo lapho ngaphambili ngiyanibingelela enyakeni omusha nobabili. Kunento ebuhlungu la. Kufuke kuthiwa la njoba sila sizosebenzela abantu base South Africa. Akushiwo la ukuthi sizosebenzela abantu esibathanda nesingabafuni. Ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi njoba uhlezi lapho ngaphambili yini ukuthi masingena nikwazi usibona ukuthi sizolwa sibe singalo. Why nina nibona sangathi thina umangamela simthande? Ngishiso yini na? Ngisho ukuthi kuyimanje umangameli niyamazi kunamacala. Kodwa manje nibhizi niyamvikela.
That is not a point of order.
Ahambe ohlala ekhaya.
That's not a point of order. Please take your seat. Please take your seat.
We are sick and tired in the
Please take your seat. That's not a point of order. Honorable members. Honorable member, please take your seat. 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 Honorable members, we have been patient. We have listened to you. We have also said to you, you must refrain from these continuous points of orders, which are frankly very spurious. We have also advised that you should not abuse the joint rules. We want to ask you to take your seats, to allow us to continue with this business of this house, or If honorable members are really not interested in the business of the day, please leave this house.
No.
I will not recognize any other point of order.
Police.
I will not recognize any point of order.
You are making a terrible mistake. You are making a terrible mistake.
Honorable member, take your seat or leave this house.
The glue that binds the people of this country.
Honorable member,
the Constitution.
take your seat or leave this house.
Honorable Chairperson, you are out of order yourself.
Honorable Madisha, I did not recognize you. Please take your seat.
You are not following the rules.
Please take your seat.
You are out of order yourself.
If you do not want to take your seat, sir, please leave this house.
Chairperson.
You have
Chairperson.
Take your seat or leave this house.
You are wrong. You are wrong.
Honorable Madisha, please leave the house.
Because you cannot take.
It's
wrong of you.
Honorable Madisha to
it's
leave
wrong
the house.
of you to take. I want to emphasize what we believe is a thief from the streets and say that he must come and address a parliament.
Honorable members, I have asked Honorable Madisha to leave the house. He has refused to leave the house. I am therefore calling on the protection services of Parliament to help Honorable Madisha to leave this house. Your head on your feet, you are recognized. Proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just to reiterate, Chair. So we need a clear undertaking from yourselves that this is not going to happen. We've just seen that cable. On a second point of order made here is that this entire gathering is unconstitutional because in the first place it should be someone who has flight. The entire gathering. You need a ruling from you and you must be specific.
House Chair, point of order, please.
Honorable Mukwena, as the Honorable Chairperson is saying, the matter of the security forces, the parliamentary protection services, I have ruled on. And honorable members, the Honorable Chairperson has also ruled on the matter of this unending points, supposed points of orders. And honorable members, we are not taking any other points of orders.
Speaker.
Honorable Mukwena.
Can I be recognized?
Honorable Mukwena, I'm not going to recognize you because, as I'm saying, we are not taking any more spurious points of orders. We've been carrying on like this for an hour now, and we have no members been very patient with you and cannot and one honorable member who does not want to abide by the rulings of the proceed.
Speaker, Honorable Speaker, may I be recognized, please?
Honorable Kwangwa.
Right to stand up.
On which matter?
Article lines about the presence of the House. And later on, it was also raised by the EFF. We are asking you to tell us, explain to us the presence of these members in the House. The other question, Speaker, I think which is more fundamental, is that we need to be treated fairly here as members of Parliament. You're extremely harsh on Honorable Matisha. There are members of Parliament who stood up 50, but he said something once or twice and then he was told to leave the House. That's a fact. The other important matter here, we need to ask ourselves, what kind of leaders are we? Yes, we have political differences. There was a young child here who was a praise singer, who was drowned out by the noise. We couldn't even appreciate and listen to the quality, to the talent that the member has. The other issue, Chairperson, whether we like it or not, it's unfortunate that we have to disagree about whether or not we should rise and pay our... Unfortunate that we have to disagree about whether or not we should rise and pay our moment of silence to the people who passed away. We should even be fighting about the matter. The point of order is the first matter I said. Please explain to the House as to the presence of these members who we think are members of the security forces. And you make a ruling on that.
Honorable Kwangwa.
Honorable Speaker.
We have the two members who are ceremonial guards. And they are not in the House. They are not in the floor. They are not on the floor of the House.
Since when? Since when?
Honorable members.
Since when?
Honorable members.
Agreed on those boys there.
Honorable Speaker.
We have never agreed on those people.
Please, we are not taking any more points from you.
Just a brief
and
point.
therefore, if you are not going to cooperate with us, we will peacefully ask you to please leave the chamber.
Yes, I'm going to do exactly that. All I'm saying is that you are so prepared to chase people who violate the rules and keep a man who violate the Constitution.
Honorable Malema.
You are prepared to chase out
Honorable
people
Malema,
who are protecting the Constitution in the name of the rules.
Leave the
if there is
chamber.
anyone who must leave,
Honorable
it's this
Malema,
one.
leave the chamber.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm elected here.
We will assist you to go.
Wait.
We will assist
Let me
you
tell
to go.
Wait.
Because
that's what
one thing
exactly
we would like you to assist
that's
us.
What, that's exactly what made you not to be a candidate of the Women's League. Exactly that. Your conduct has failed you to be a candidate for president because you are irrational, you are impatient, you are partisan. Even your own people have dumped you. After they told you you are their candidate, you went home to do umcimbi, telling ancestors you are going to be a president. After that, they dumped you because of this conduct. Exactly this conduct. How do you chase us for breaking the rules and you are not chasing a man who has broken
Malema,
his
we are not
oath
going
of
to be
office,
abused
his
by you.
constitution. We are abused by Zuma here.
We are not going to
We are
allow
abused
you
by Zuma.
to abuse us the whole night.
No, we are abused by Zuma. You are scared of Zuma. He used you, he dumped you. He used you and promised you that you are going to be a president. And you went home, you slaughtered a cow.
On a
He
point
dumped
of
you.
order.
He dumped you. We are abused by Zuma here.
Honorable Malema,
You can do
leave the
anything.
house. Honorable Malema,
If you want to
leave
kill
the
us,
house.
kill us now.
May I
You
ask
can call soldiers to come and kill us
Sergeant
now.
at arms to please escort Honorable
Call
Malema
soldiers
out
to
of
come
the
and kill
house.
us now.
Speaker.
We are not going to be addressed by criminals. Go and address prisoners, not members of parliament.
Back to me,
Bloody
London.
Kruku Gwen.
Sebenzele malase London.
Zuma ke le code, lama
Baba Buthelezi. Order.
Honorable Speaker and Honorable National members of the judiciary. Mr. Ndozi has suggested that I should leave here because he says it's going to be quite rough. I don't know where to go with it.
Honorable members, Honorable Baba Buthelezi, sicela uhlale phansi baba. Honorable members, we don't think it's acceptable for an elderly member of this honorable house to feel that he must leave the house because it looks like it's going to be rough. It's really unacceptable. And therefore, from the chair, we would like to ask the honorable members of the EFF who have not been behaving honorably to quietly and peacefully leave the house because clearly
President Zuma is the one that must leave.
But we are not going to allow
we did nothing
you
wrong
to have honorable members feel threatened. because you have a campaign to come and disrupt
the gentlemen, they
a
must
joint
go. We're not
sitting.
going anywhere. I can assure you we're not going anywhere.
Honorable Shibambu,
Yes.
the president of this country is going to deliver the State of the Nation address. I'd like to assure you of that.
We're not going anywhere.
So we would like you to leave us in peace.
We're not going.
If you are not going, then we have no
Zuma must go.
option.
He's the one who must go.
We have no option.
Office.
We have no option.
He must address the
but
nation
to
from
us,
prison, not from there.
the parliamentary
Cannot
protection
be addressed
services
by
come and assist you or persuade you to leave the house.
Shut up, Malem.
I would like to ask that we perhaps allow Honorable Buthelezi to move from that seat and so that for now, until we have assisted these honorable members.
You are instituting a coup in the
Zuma
IFC.
is not scared of us. He is scared of your men, not us. We are not going to do anything to leave the house.
Honorable Speaker.
He is the criminal. He's the thief.
I have called on the parliamentary protection
We are not going to leave the house.
to come
Let
into
Zuma
the
leave the
chamber
house.
and assist
Zuma must leave the house. Zuma must
Honorable
leave the
Malema,
house.
you are the one who's not prepared to go. I hope these gentlemen will
You can kill me. It's fine. Kill me. Just kill me. There's no problem. Kill me.
We see honorable members using their heads to harm others. Order, honorable members, can we now settle down so that we can proceed with today's business? We would like to apologize to our guests for this kind of drama that in recent times has become the hallmark of how we deal with one another when we differ. We would like to ask the guest speaker, the guests in the
Honorable Steenhuisen. Honorable members, in that corner, take your seats. Honorable member, please take your seat. That member, please take your seat. Honorable Steenhuisen, you are recognized.
I'd like to take a point of privilege, if I may, and it relates to the parliamentary precinct. Madam House Chair, you were in a meeting and the Speaker with various party representatives this week around the deployment of the security services on this precinct. As we speak, there are military personnel with R4 rifles and sidearms on the parliamentary precinct in combat fatigues. There are riot police lining the streets outside and on the precinct right outside this building. Our guests that have been invited to Parliament have been gassed with some form of tear gas. Madam House Chair, Madam Speaker, no democracy should have to witness what we're witnessing in this House. This man has broken South Africa. You are breaking Parliament.
No. On a point of order. Hey, no, fuck you, man.
This is a complete disgrace. Those scenes witnesses, no South African should have to witness.
We can't tolerate this racist.
Rubbish, man.
We are taking a point.
We can't tolerate this racist from you. We can't tolerate this racist from you, Steenhuisen. Never.
That man has broken South Africa and you have broken this Parliament.
On the point of order.
Honorable members.
Yes, we're tired of you.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Bloody racist! Can we have some order?
Can I respond?
Racist remark.
Honorable members.
I want to make your life.
Honorable members, please take your seats.
Speaker, can I just address you?
Honorable Maimane, please take your seat.
Can I address you?
Honorable members.
We are racist.
Point of order, ML. Honorable members. Join your coalition. Honorable Maimane. Join your coalition. Please take your seat, Honorable Maimane. Racist.
Order, sir.
Racist. We cannot tolerate racist. Honorable members of the ANC, please take your seats.
Son of Rupert.
Honorable members,
Honorable members.
Point of order, sir.
Speaker.
Order, members. Order.
Chair, can I address you?
You will address me. I want to restore order in this bench. Honorable members. Honorable members. The members who are sitting in these front benches are leaders. Order.
Point of order, sir.
Order. Order.
Speaker.
Order.
Yeah.
Honorable Maimane.
Yes, ma'am. If I can. Speaker, it's become quite clear. Firstly, the argument is simple. There's been the military here in the precinct, which is against what you agreed to us.
You're chocolate! You're chocolate!
Developed at the top. The president has broken the law. This parliament does not stand. We cannot stand for a violation of the Constitution by you as well. We refuse in this house, and I will request that we want to stay in the
Speaker, on a point of order. Racist and a sellout. No dogs here. More racist and a sellout. Racist. My money, racist.
The DA is using the life of dead people to campaign. You are using dead people to campaign. You are using the names of dead people to campaign.
Dead people which you have killed. Dead people.
You are using the names of dead people for politics. You are using the name of dead people for politics. You are very cheap.
prepared to defend a man who broke his oath of office. We are not going to allow that. If anything must happen, let it happen now. We are ready for anything.
It sounds like they're shooting outside.
Yes, because this place has been militarized. There's no place here, the freedom of movement has been suspended. The ANC has suspended the constitution today. This place has been declared under martial law as a state of emergency. For the first time in the history of this parliament, we see police and soldiers intimidating members of parliament. Those people in white shirts, they are not parliamentary security. They are policemen. Floyd tweeted this morning, white shirts in a police van. There is no separation of powers here. Baleka has collapsed this parliament into a department of Zuma's administration. And we are not going to allow that. Even if they proceed, even if they defeat us, history will record that we stood up to tyranny. We stood up to dictatorship. And those who were benefiting from it were comfortable enough to a point where they were not even worried that their fellow members of parliament were being slaughtered.
The other questions almost close. Do you know if there's anyone of your members that were injured in this stuff?
Yeah, we're injured. Even me, I'm injured. I don't know how I'm going to hold a pen tomorrow.
Well, good luck with that.
Huh? We're not going to any court. It's a political law. We must win it on the grounds. We will fight this parliament to a point where these ANC people come back to their senses. The people will outvote them. The people can see everything that is happening.
Honorable member at the back.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
May I proceed? Honorable Speaker, I want to put it on record that what had happened today is not democracy at all. And Honorable Speaker, before you chase us out also, I want to record that are we sacrificing all the principles we fought for because of the president? The whole confusion, the whole chaos in this parliament is caused by the honorable president, by not respecting the law.
Honorable Tlowama, please. It's clear that you are taking us down the same road. And we've already said we have no longer got any time to listen to the same thing on which we have ruled. We have ruled on that matter, and please just settle down and listen to the address of the head of state.
Honorable Speaker,
because, Honorable Tlowama, it does not matter how much you disagree with a person. Accept that this is the head of state of South Africa at the moment. And we are going to have to give him an opportunity to address us.
Yes,
please, Honorable Tlowama, please take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Tlowama.
Honorable Speaker, is that we should never sacrifice what we fought for just because we are afraid of the Honorable President. And it's my right as a citizen to stand up.
Honorable Tlowama, take your seat.
And also this House. It's not only your duty, Honorable Speaker. But
Honorable Tlowama,
I will leave. I will also leave.
Please leave.
I will also leave, Honorable President. I will leave. You can remain with your dishonest president.
Honorable President, could you please address the House?
Finally.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me start all over again. The Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, and Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, former President Thabo Mbeki, Chief Justice Mogoeng, and all esteemed members of the judiciary, ministers and deputy ministers, premiers, and speakers of provincial legislatures, chairperson of SALGA, the heads of Chapter 9 institutions, chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leaders, the president of the Muslim Judicial Council, and all leaders of faith-based organizations, the former Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Frene Ginwala, veterans of the struggle for liberation, members of the Diplomatic Corps, fellow South Africans. Good evening, Sanbonani, Molweni, Dumelang, Khwenand, Lochani, Ripelile, Nimategwan. Beg your pardon, Speaker. Ngiyabona ukuthi into ejikijele lapha nami yangifica manje. Honorable members, thank you, Madam Speaker and Madam Chairperson, for this opportunity to address the joint sitting of Parliament. Bakhona nabakhwehlelayo la. Ibatholile nabo. Honorable members, an illustrious son of our country, President Oliver Reginald Tambo, would have turned 100 years old this year had he lived. This selfless patriot spent his adult life to a tireless pursuit of the liberation of our country and its people. He left a lasting legacy for all South Africans, and not only for his organization, the ANC. In his honor, we have declared the year 2017 the year of our original Tambo. It is the year of unity in action by all South Africans as we move South Africa forward together. We have the pleasure to host members of the Tambo family this evening, Mr. Dali Tambo, with his wife, Rachel, and their son, Oliver Tambo Jr. We also fondly remember Mama Africa, Miriam Makeba, who made history when she addressed the United Nations in 1963, appealing for action against the apartheid regime. We extend a warm welcome to her granddaughter, Zenzile Makeba Lee, and great-grandson, Lindelani. Compatriots, in this 23rd year of our freedom, our mission remains the quest for a united, democratic, non-sexist, non-racial, and prosperous South Africa. Guided by the National Development Plan, we are building a South Africa that must be free from poverty, inequality, and unemployment. While the global economic environment remains uncertain, indications are that we have entered a period of recovery. We anticipate an economic growth rate of 1.3% in 2017, following an estimated 0.5% in 2016. However, the economy is still not growing fast enough to create the jobs we need. There are some of our people, including youth, who have not worked for years. It is for this reason that we decided to focus on a few key areas packaged as the 9-point plan to reignite growth so that the economy can create much-needed jobs. The focus areas include industrialization, mining, and beneficiation, agriculture and agro-processing, energy, SMMEs, managing workplace conflict, attracting investments, growing the ocean's economy, and tourism. We also added cross-cutting areas such as science and technology, water and sanitation, infrastructure, transport infrastructure, and broadband rollout. I would like to provide a report back on the work done in some of these areas in the past year. The interaction that we started last year between government, business, and labor, known as the CEO initiative, has been most fruitful, has been most helpful. We were able to address some domestic challenges together. We successfully avoided credit ratings downgrades, which would have had significant impact on our economy. Our labor market environment is also showing signs of stability due to cooperation by social partners. The manner in which parties conducted and carried themselves during the wage negotiations in the platinum sector, in particular, must be applauded. Unity in action was also demonstrated against this week with the conclusion of the agreement on the national minimum wage and on measures to stabilize labor relations. This follows a call I made in the State of the Nation address on the 14th June 2014. We congratulate the Deputy President and the team at NEDLEC for this milestone and wish them well for work that still needs to be done. Compatriots, the extension of basic services to the people continued in the past year as we pursued a better life for all. To date, nearly 7 million households have been connected to the grid and now have the electricity. The successful execution of the ESCOM's build and maintenance programs helped ensure stability and an end to load shedding. Work is continuing to ensure energy security. Renewable energy forms an important part of our energy mix, which also includes electricity generation from gas, nuclear, solar, wind, hydro, and coal. Government is committed to the overall Independent Power Producers Program, and we are expanding the program to other sources of energy, including coal and gas, in addition to renewable energy. ESCOM will sign the outstanding power purchase agreements for renewable energy in line with the procured rounds. Government is working hard to ensure reliable bulk water supply in the various areas of the country to support economic growth whilst increasing access to vulnerable and rural municipalities. In an effort to curb the water losses, which in some municipalities far exceeds the national average, which is currently at 37%, about 10,000 unemployed youth are being trained as plumbers, artisans, and water agents. More will be recruited this year to reach the total of 15,000. We call upon municipalities to support the War on Leaks program. We continue to build modern schools, replacing mud structures and other inappropriate buildings through the Accelerated Schools Infrastructure Delivery Initiative, ACID. This gives our children dignity. A total of 173 inappropriate structures have been eradicated since 2011. In total, 895 new schools now provide a conducive learning environment for our children. On investment promotion, government has established Invest SA, an investment one-stop shop nationally, and will open provincial centers in KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, and the Western Cape. The message is clear to the affected government departments. There must be no undue delays and no unnecessary red tape from issuing licenses to visas. We should make it easy to do business in South Africa. Compatriots, President O.R. Tambo was a maths and science teacher. Government will thus prioritize maths and science more than ever before this year in his memory. We are encouraged by recent international test results. The results in the trends in international mathematics and science study and the Southern and Eastern Consortium for Monitoring Educational Quality show that the performance of South African learners is improving. Amongst the participating countries, South Africa has shown the largest improvement of 87 points in mathematics and 90 points in science. This is very encouraging, as we don't want our children to be left behind. Our investment in science and technology is yielding results. Since South Africa, supported by its 8 African partners, won the bid to host the Square Kilometre Array telescope, significant progress has been made in building this mega science project and reaping its benefit. Together with its precursor, the Meerkat telescope, the SKA project continues to make important contributions to socio-economic development in South Africa. Working closely with the industry, the Department of Science and Technology is implementing a technology localization strategy. This has ensured that the 2 billion rand Meerkat telescope is constructed within 75% local content. This has led to job creation in the Northern Cape and diversification of the economy through the creation of artisan and maintenance jobs and the promotion of science as a career of choice. On road infrastructure, SANDRAL has started with the planning phase of the 4.5 billion rand project to upgrade the current Moloto Road. Saka umgwaqo kanye nololiwe kumloto road ukuze kuphephe izimpilo zabantu ngoba izingozi sezithathe imiphefumulo eminingi kuleya ndawo. During 2016, South Africa also signed a cooperation agreement with the People's Republic of China to build the Moloto Rail Development Corridor. In 2014, we launched the Operation Pakisa Big Fast Results methodology in the ocean economy, health, education, and the mining sectors. The purpose was to find a few key projects where we could unlock growth in implementing the NDP. All projects are proceeding well. The South African Navy also participates in the Pakisa project and is preparing to host the government garage concept for all state-owned vessels in Simonstown, including the maintenance and repair of government-owned vessels through the newly established South African Navy Armscott-Dinell Partnership. Yes. We had identified tourism as a key job driver. We are thus pleased that our tourist arrival numbers for the period January to November 2016 increased to 9 million, an increase of just over 1 million arrivals from 2015. This represents a 13% growth in tourism arrivals. Government runs effective poverty alleviation programs such as the expanded public works program. In addition, social grants now reach close to 17 million people, mainly older persons and children. Many families would not be able to put food on the table if it were not for social grants. The expanded public works program has since 2014 created more than 2 million work opportunities towards the attainment of the target of 6 million work opportunities by the end of March 2019. Of the work opportunities created, more than 1 million have been taken up by the youth. During 2015-2016, more than 61,000 work opportunities were created through the environmental programs such as working for water, working for wetlands, working on fire, and working for ecosystems, more than 60% of the beneficiaries were young people. Government, working with society, is fighting social ills that are tearing communities apart, such as drugs and substance abuse. From Soshanguve to Rosettenville or Kwamashu to the Cape Flats, communities are in difficulty because of the drugs. Other than law enforcement, the provision of treatment and prevention services is also critical. The Department of Social Development is building new public treatment centers in provinces where there are no such facilities. In the Northern Cape, Northwest, Limpopo, Free State, and the Eastern Cape. Working together, we will save our youth from drugs. On health matters, the National Health Insurance is our flagship project that is aimed at moving South Africa towards universal health coverage. The NHI will be implemented in a 14-year period in 3 phases. We are in the midst of the first phase, which is the preparatory phase, which started in 2012. Compatriots, we are deeply distressed by the death of so many psychiatric patients in Gauteng. Mentally ill patients are some of the most vulnerable members of society who need protection from the state itself and society as a whole. I've instructed the Minister of Health to ensure that the health ombudsman's recommendations are wholly and speedily implemented without any reservations. We welcome the recommendation of the health ombudsperson that there is an urgent need to review the National Health Act of 2003 and the Mental Health Act of 2002 with a view that certain powers and functions revert back to the National Minister of Health. Once more, we extend our heartfelt condolences to all families and relatives of the deceased. Honorable members, government will provide support so that families do not face this burden alone. The Premier of Gauteng and the Minister of Health have already provided this assurance. A lot more work has been done in the past year in implementing the 9-point plan and all our programs. Ministers will report further on the programs during the budget votes. Honorable members, I would now like to speak on our priorities for the year ahead. Political freedom alone is incomplete without economic emancipation. Oliver Tambo spoke clearly about this mission at the SACP anniversary meeting in London in 1981. He said, and I quote, "The objective of our struggle in South Africa, as set out in the Freedom Charter, encompasses economic emancipation. It is inconceivable for liberation to have meaning without a return of the wealth of the country to the people as a whole." To allow the existing economic forces to retain their interests intact is to feed the roots of racial supremacy and exploitation. And it does not represent even the shadow of liberation. It is, therefore, a fundamental feature of our strategy that victory must embrace more than formal political democracy, and our drive towards national emancipation must include economic emancipation, unquote. What do we mean by radical social economic transformation? We mean fundamental change in the structure, systems, institutions, and patterns of ownership, management, and control of the economy in favor of all South Africans, especially the poor, the majority of whom are African and female. As defined by the governing party, which makes policy for the democratic government. 22 years into our freedom and democracy, the majority of black people are still economically disempowered. They are dissatisfied with the economic gains from liberation. The gap between the annual average household incomes of African-headed households and their white counterparts remains shockingly huge. White household and at least 5 times more than black households, according to Statistics South Africa. The situation with regards to the ownership of the economy also mirrors that of household incomes. Only 10% of the top 100 companies on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange are owned by black South Africans, directly, achieving principally through the Black Empowerment Codes, according to the National Empowerment Fund. The pace of transformation in the workplace The implementation of affirmative action policies as required by the Employment Equity Act also remains very slow. In terms of the 2015 to 16 information submitted to the Employment Equity Commission, the representation of whites at top management level amounted to 72%, whilst African representation was at 10%. The representation of coloreds stood at 4.5% and Indians 8.7%. The report further provides that white South Africans, in particular males, are afforded higher levels of recruitment, promotion, and training opportunities as compared to the designated groups. At the level of gender, at senior management level, males remain dominant at 67.6% and females at 32.4%. The skewed nature of ownership and leadership patterns needs to be corrected. There can be no sustainability in any economy if the majority is excluded in this manner. In my discussions with the business community, they accepted these transformation imperatives. Today, we are starting a new chapter of radical socio-economic transformation. We are saying that we should move beyond words to practical programs. The state will play a role in the economy to drive that transformation. In this regard, government will utilize to the maximum the strategic levers that are available to the state. This includes legislation, regulations, licensing, budget, and procurement, as well as broad-based Black economic empowerment charters to influence the behavior of the private sector and drive transformation. The state spends 500 billion rand a year buying goods and services. Added to this is the 900 billion rand infrastructure budget. Those budgets must be used to achieve economic transformation. As a start, the new regulations making it compulsory for big constructors to subcontract 30% of business to Black-owned enterprises have been finalized and were gazetted on the 20th of January. Through such regulations and programs, government will be able to use the state buying power to empower small enterprises, rural and township enterprises, designated groups, and to promote local industrial development. Two key challenges we face is the high levels of concentration in the economy, as well as the collusion and cartels which squeeze out small players and hamper the entry of young entrepreneurs and black industrialists. The competition authorities have done excellent work to uncover the cartels and punish them for breaking the law. Last year, I signed into law a provision to criminalize the cartels and collusion, and it came into effect on 1 May. It carries jail sentences of up to 10 years. We are now stepping up our actions to deal with the other challenge, namely economic concentration, where a small grouping controls most of the market. During this year, the Department of Economic Development will bring legislation to Cabinet that will seek to amend the Competition Act. It will, among others, address the need to have a more inclusive economy and to deconcentrate the high levels of ownership and control we see in many sectors. We will then table the legislation for consideration by Parliament. In this way, we seek to open up the economy to new players, give black South Africans opportunities in the economy, and indeed help to make the economy more dynamic, competitive, and inclusive. This is our vision of radical economic transformation. Compatriots, government is actively involved in the property sector, having provided more than 4 million houses since 1994. This sector in our country is valued at approximately 7 trillion rand, with the subsidized sector being valued at 1.5 trillion rand. However, less than 5% of the sector is owned or managed by black people, and Africans in particular. A draft property practitioners bill will be published by the Department of Human Settlements for public comment, with the purpose of establishing a more inclusive, representative sector towards radical economic transformation. Among key priorities this year, government will also address the increasing delays and backlogs in registration and issuing of title deeds to beneficiaries of housing projects funded by the capital subsidy. Compatriots, we reiterate that radical economic transformation should mean moving beyond share ownership schemes only. We would like to see Black people involved directly in business owning factories. The development of the Black Industrialist Program is thus critical. The program has from inception supported more than 22 entrepreneurs. Government has further opportunities in the property maintenance and maintenance projects of the Department of Public Works. The department will invest approximately 100 million rand this year on critical capital and maintenance programs to modernize harbors. They will also continue generating revenue from letting state-owned harbors and coastline projects which will benefit Black-owned SMMEs. Government will also continue to pursue policies that seek to broaden the participation of Black people and SMMEs, including those owned by women and the youth in the information and communication technologies sector. We assure the youth that the lowering of the cost of data is uppermost in our policies and plans. Compatriots, mining has always been the backbone of our economy and an important foreign exchange earner. We welcome the recovery in commodity prices, which has resulted in an upswing in mining output. This augurs well for the industry. The mining charter is currently being reviewed. The charter seeks to recognize the internationally accepted right of the state to exercise sovereignty over all the mineral and petroleum resources within the Republic. It is also aimed at helping the country to de-racialize the ownership of the mining industry. This will help ensure the stability of this industry. We trust that discussions between government and business on the charter will yield the results so that the process can be finalized. We'll continue to pursue direct state involvement in mining. The Mining Company of South Africa bill will be presented to Cabinet and Parliament during this year. The Minerals and Petroleum Resources Development Amendment Bill was sent back to Parliament so that issues relating to the public consultation process undertaken by provincial legislatures can be addressed. We trust that it shall be processed and returned for finalization without much delay, so that the concerns relating to uncertainty raised by business can be resolved. Government continues to work with other stakeholders to combat illegal mining, to save lives, and to prevent the trafficking of precious metals and diamonds. We also continue to place great emphasis on the health and safety of mine workers, which is so crucial to the sustainability of the mining sector. Working with the mining companies, we can ensure that lives are protected at all times. The tragic accident that occurred at Lily Mine outside in Mpumalanga earlier in 2015 is the first of its kind that we have experienced since the dawn of democracy. The families are going through immense pain and frustration. Honorable members, it will be difficult, if not impossible, to achieve true reconciliation until the land question is resolved. Only 8 million hectares of arable land have been transferred to black people, which is only 9.8% of the 82 million hectares of arable land in South Africa. There has also been a 19% decline in households involved in agriculture from 2.9 million in 2011 to 2.3 million households in 2016. We had stated our intention of using the Expropriation Act to pursue land reform and land redistribution in line with the Constitution. I have now decided to refer the bill back to Parliament for reconsideration on the basis that the bill might not pass constitutional muster. This is due to inadequate public participation during its processing. We trust that Parliament will be able to move with speed in meeting the requirements so that the law can be finalized to effect transformation. The reopening of land claims is also still on hold because the Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Act 2014 was declared invalid by the Constitutional Court. The Constitutional Court found that the public consultation process facilitated by the National Council of Provinces and some provincial legislatures did not meet the standards set in the Constitution. Going forward, government will continue to implement other programs such as the strengthening of Relatives' Right Program, also known as the 50-50 program. In this program, the farm workers join together into a legal entity, and together with the farm owner and the new company is established that the workers and the owner become joint owners. Shares. To date, 13 proposals have already been approved, benefiting 921 farm dweller households at a value of 631 million rand. We applaud farmers and farm workers for this innovation. Most importantly, we appeal to land claimants to accept land instead of financial compensation. This is very important. You accept finance, you use it, in a short time it's gone, the land remains. Land has a value for you, so it is important that you remain with the land rather than with the money. I think we were not very meticulous at the beginning by saying you can choose money or land. I think we should have just said the land is brought back to you, you keep it. Over 90% of claims are currently settled through financial compensation, which does not help the process at all. It perpetuates dispossession. It also undermines economic empowerment. Government has committed itself to support black smallholder farmers. I received a memorandum from the African Farmers Association of South Africa, who say the year 2017 must be the year of the commercialization of the black smallholder farmers. Indeed, government will implement a commercialization support program for 450 black smallholder farmers. We encourage more women to consider farming. I have, as a special guest today, the 2016 Female Farmer of the Year, Miss Vanessa Jansen. From Kaukama municipality in the Eastern Cape. She is dealing with the markets in a number of countries abroad from her farm. Compatriots, our farmers went through a difficult period last year because of the drought. To date, an estimated amount of 2.5 billion rand was made available for the provision of livestock feed, water, infrastructure, drilling equipment, equipping, and refurbishment of boreholes, auction sales, and other interventions. Furthermore, the Industrial Development Corporation and the Land Bank availed funding of about 500 million rand to help farmers to manage their credit facilities and support with soft loans. Compatriots, President O.R. Tambo was a champion of women's rights. We will continue to mainstream the empowerment of women in all government programs. Government will continue to prioritize women's access to economic opportunities and, in particular, to business financing and credit. This is the freedom that heroines of the struggle, such as the late Dora Tamana of Gugulethu here in Cape Town, fought for. I am pleased to have her son, Mongezi Tamana, as a guest today. He's proceeding with his studies, and he loves maths. Basic Minister Ampek, compatriots, in December 2015, university students voiced their concerns about the cost of higher education. They correctly pointed out that accumulated debt and fast rising fees were making it harder and harder for those who come from less privileged households to enter and stay within the education system until they complete their studies. It is for this reason that when university students expressed genuine concerns about being excluded from universities, our caring government responded appropriately by taking over the responsibility to pay the fee increase for the 2016 academic year. Government also settled all debt owned by NSFAS students and extended the coverage to larger numbers of students than ever before. At the time of tabling the 2016 medium-term budget policy statement, our government announced additional measures aimed at making higher education accessible to more students from working-class families. Government has provided funds to ensure that no student whose combined family income is up to 600,000 rand per annum will face fee increases at universities and TVET colleges for 2017. All students who qualify for NSFAS and who have been accepted by universities and TVET colleges will be funded. The university debt of NSFAS qualifying students for 2013, 2014, and 2015 academic years has been addressed. In total, government has reprioritized 32 billion rand within government baselines to support higher education. We are ensuring that our deserving students can study without fearing that past debts will prevent them from finishing their studies. In the remaining years of this administration, our policies will respond directly to the following concerns that the students have placed firmly on the table. Firstly, the students have expressed concern that the NSFAS threshold of 122,000 rand is too low. We will have to look into this matter with the view to raising the threshold on the phased basis in the period ahead. Secondly, the students have pointed out that the full cost of study at some universities is higher than the subsidy that NSFAS provides. As a result, NSFAS students who study at some universities that charge higher fees end up accumulating debt. Our government initiated processes are already looking at this issue too. Honorable members and fellow South Africans, students and their parents should understand that the needs for services like water, sanitation, early childhood development, and good public transport have to also be addressed alongside access to quality higher education and training. But our commitment to finding sustainable solutions to the funding of the social wage in general and education in particular is unwavering. As the processes that we have set in motion draw to the close, such as the HEHA Commission, the Ministerial Task Team, broader engagements with students, universities, and TVET's leadership, and civil society, we will find resources to find expression to our policies. I invite all stakeholders to participate in the processes that are underway so that no view is not heard in the process. No great idea should be excluded. As soon as the broadest sections of our society agree on what to do, our government will take steps to prioritize resources to implement it on a phased basis. Let us engage to identify the most pressing needs and allocate our limited resources accordingly. Let us build our self-reliance and move forward in the spirit of unity. Compatriots, the fight against crime is an apex priority. The police will increase visible policing, building on the successful pattern of deployments utilized during the Safer Festive Season campaign. They will also utilize certain specialized capabilities, such as the tactical response teams and national intervention units to assist in addressing problematic high crime areas. We received a message from Soshanguve last week that crime is rife in Block L and that hijackings and robberies are high. It is such communities that need to build stronger partnerships with the police to ensure that criminals do not prey on residents. Other measures to fight crime nationally will include the establishment of specialized units focusing on drug-related crime, taxi violence, and firearms, and the enhanced utilization of investigative aids such as forensic leads. The police will also enhance the utilization of the DNA database in the identification of suspects. We urge the public to work with the police to assure safer communities. Compatriots, we welcome the decline in rhino poaching incidents since October 2015, which is for the first time in decades. This arises from intensive joint operations by law enforcement agencies. Compatriots, one of the strategies of fighting crime is to ensure that those who are released from prison do not commit crime again. The Department of Correctional Services continues to work hard to turn prisons into correctional centers through offering various services. As a result, compliance levels with parole and probation conditions have improved to reach a historic mark of 98%. The country has also made good progress in reducing the numbers of children in correctional centers. Compatriots, the promotion of access to justice was given added meaning last year when the High Court division in Limpopo was opened in November. The Mpumalanga High Court will be completed during this financial year. The coming into operation of these two high courts means that we have now realized the goal of High Court in every province of the country. Compatriots, the fight against corruption continues within the National Prosecuting Authority. The Asset Forfeiture Unit completed 389 forfeiture cases to the value of 349 million rand. They obtained 326 freezing orders to the value of 779 million rand. A total of 13 million rand was recovered in cases where government officials were involved in corruption and the other related offenses in the past year. Compatriots, Oliver Tambo set the tone for the country's foreign policy as early as 1977 when addressing the first Congress of the Angolan ruling party, MPLA. He said, and I quote, "We seek to live in peace with our neighbors and the peoples of the world, in conditions of equality, mutual respect, and equal advantage," unquote. South Africa is honored to chair the Southern African Development Community, SADC, starting from August 2017. We will utilize our tenure to fast-track the implementation of the SADC industrial strategy. We are accelerating the integration agenda through the implementation of SADC COMESA, East African Community Free Trade. We will continue with our involvement in our mediation efforts, peacekeeping operations, and peacemaking initiatives in Lesotho, Democratic Republic of Congo, Burundi, Mozambique, South Sudan, Somalia, and Libya. The South African National Defense Force represents the country well in the peacekeeping missions. Furthermore, trade with our traditional partners in the West remains a significant contributor to our economy. We will continue to partner with the United States and work together on issues of mutual interest, such as the full renewal of AGOA. We value our relationship with the People's Republic of China. China is one of South Africa's most important and key strategic partners. We recognize the PRC as the sole government and authority representing the whole of China. South Africa reiterates its position and commitment to the One China policy, and we consider Taiwan as an integral part of the People's Republic of China. At continental partnership level, the joint Africa-EU strategy remains an important long-term framework for continued cooperation. The Economic Partnership Agreement with the EU came into force in September 2016, thus providing new market access opportunities for South African products. Almost all South African products, about 99%, will have preferential market access in the EU. About 96% of the products will enter the EU market without being subjected to customs duties or quantitative restrictions. The Southern African Customs Union, Mercosur, preferential trade agreement has also entered into force, providing preferential access to over 1,000 tariff lines. This is an agreement that promotes South-South trade. Our cooperative partnerships with other regions are bearing fruits. The BRICS New Development Bank has recorded encouraging progress. We welcome the Goa BRICS heads of state and government decision to establish the BRICS rating agency so that we can assist each other in assessing our economic paths. We are also pleased with agreements with our BRICS partners in the field of agriculture. We will implement off-take agreements on the export of pulses, mangoes, and pork to India. We will also export 20,000 tons of beef to China per year for a period of 10 years. We will continue to pursue the reform of the international system because the current configuration undermines the ability of developing countries to contribute and benefit meaningfully. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the occupation of Palestine. The expansion of Israeli settlements undermine global efforts aimed at realizing the two-state solution and the Oslo Accord. We wish to reiterate our support for the Palestinian cause. Similarly, we hope that the readmission of Morocco to the AU should serve as a catalyst to resolve the Western Sahara issue. Let me add that South Africa will use Armed Forces Day on the 21st February 2017 to mark the centenary commemorations of the tragic sinking of the SS Mandy, which left 646 soldiers dead in 1917. Compatriots, the Constitution accords equal rights and dignity to all South Africans. The United Nations proclaimed 13 June as International Albinism Awareness Day. We should use this day to raise awareness and eliminate the discrimination or harm that compatriots with albinism are subjected to in some areas. Siyagcizelela ukuthi abantu abanebala elimhlophe bangabantu bafana nabo bonke abantu ezweni. Akuphele ukubahlukumeza, aziphele nezinkolelo ezingekho ngabo. I have pleasure to introduce Ms. Nomasonto Mazibuko, the Executive Director of the Albinism Society of South Africa, one of my special guests. Honorable members, the sports fraternity tragically lost one of its favorite sons, Joost van die Washuizen, earlier this week. The music industry has lost popular gospel musicians recently, Sifiso Ncwane and Lundi Kyamaga, as well as Maskanda musician Ngane Ziyamfisa. We extend our condolences on the loss of these public figures who have contributed to the country's sports and arts. Compatriots, members, honorable members of parliament, let us unite in driving radical economic transformation for the good of our country. In the words of President Tambo, and I quote, "Working together as fellow South Africans, we have it within our power to transform this country into the land of plenty for all." Where the nightmare of apartheid will just be a faint memory of the past, unquote. And I thank you very much indeed for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable President. Honorable members, before I adjourn the sitting, I wish to apologize to both the members of the joint sitting and the public in the gallery, and all our esteemed guests, for an incident which cannot be classified as anything other than breach of security. The members on the benches of the DA said that there was tear gas that was been sprayed. On a quick investigation, the Secretary to Parliament was told that it was actually pepper spray. Whatever it was, it should not have happened in this parliament. We cannot allow that to happen again. We have therefore instructed the Secretary to Parliament to investigate the matter and to report back to the joint sittings as soon as possible. Honorable members, after I have adjourned the joint sitting, members and guests should please remain at their places until the procession has left the chamber. The guests in the gallery should remain seated until the ushers indicate that the doors are open. The procession led by the Sergeant-at-Arms and the usher will leave the chamber in the following order: the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the Council of Provinces, the President, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Deputy President, the Secretary to Parliament. This concludes the business of the day, and the joint sitting is adjourned.
Well, that brings to an end the 2017 State of the Nation address, and you can see now that the President getting ready to leave the House along with the rest of the dignitaries and make their way outside of the National Assembly.
Stand up, camera 6.
All right, well, we're going to stay with these pictures as we do see our President walking out of the National Assembly. It had been a little bit more of a subdued reaction from the rest of the MPs inside, but we finally hear them all breaking out into song now as the President leaves and shaking his hand to congratulate him. But a House that looks like it's got absolutely no opposition inside of it. There's, I think, one or two parties that remained inside, but you did see that the State of the Nation getting off to a very rocky start in the beginning, and that delayed us by about 1 hour and about 22 minutes. So that's the reason that we're finishing so late this evening, almost 5 minutes before 10, and you can see now that a lot of the people are beginning to stand up and follow the President as he walks outside. Aldrin?
Well, Leanne, you know, at some point we were speaking about what was happening in Parliament when the opposition parties, quite specifically the EFF, was trying to stop the President from addressing the House. And of course we heard there from Mbuyiseni Ndlozi, the EFF MP as well, saying, or quote unquote, that the President is a constitutional delinquent, and he was referring to the Constitutional Court ruling on Nkandla, and that's the whole debate that started. And on the other hand, you also have had the DA, which was arguing that there should be a moment of silence, should be observed to remember the 94 psychiatric patients who died in Gauteng. President Jacob Zuma also mentioned this during his State of the Nation address, of course, and did say that he's waiting for a report from the Minister of Health, Aaron Motsoaledi, as well as he wants to make sure that the Ombudsman, the Health Ombudsman recommendations are fully implemented, and of course also that recommendation that some powers that the health MECs have in various provinces be reverted back to the National Minister.
Yeah, of course, and that I know the the minister, you could see, welcoming it as he did hear that. A lot of people sort of talking about the fact that we saw the DA asking for those 30 seconds of silence for those lives lost, and a lot of people saying, you know, you should have just allowed it. Let's just give them 30 seconds, and perhaps it would have kept the peace a little bit more.
I actually have a different argument in that, considering that how Parliament has been emphasizing on the issue that the only thing on the agenda today is the President's State of the Nation address. There's nothing else. And I saw a tweet as well from a former colleague who argued that they should have allowed those 30 seconds. But my argument is that had they allowed the 30 seconds of a moment of silence, that would have meant that adding something new onto the agenda. And the EFF on the other end would have argued that, listen, you have allowed those people
now
30
allow
seconds.
Us.
Now allow us to have this debate around the legitimacy of the President as well as the legitimacy of the National Assembly. But quite interesting as well is that you have the EFF, which is part of this National Assembly, that is currently sitting, a National Assembly that they're arguing is not constitutional.
All right. Nice perspectives there, Aldrin. Well, we'll continue to chat a little bit more about that, but I think what you want is to get the reaction at this point, and we've got our two reporters stationed outside. We've got Lukhanya Kalata and, of course, Manalisi Dubasi. We're going to go to Manalisi first and find out who he is, joined by Manalisi. Very good evening to you. Who are you chatting to?
Leanne, thank you very much, and good evening to you too. I hear you guys there in the studio, you say that there are no opposition leaders inside the House. You are right, but there are a lot of them right here. I'm joined, for instance, by the FF Plus leader, General Peter Groenewald, right there with me to unpack the President's speech. General Groenewald, you heard what the President said. What's your take?
Well, firstly, he didn't actually say something new, what he didn't say before. For instance, he referred to the radical socio-economic transformation, and then he actually said what the ANC already decided with the Lekgotla. He said, for instance, on the land issue, that they will speed up the transfer of title deeds to owners. So we want to see whether that is going to happen. He said that he's going to use the expropriation bill to enhance land reform. The fact of the matter is that the expropriation bill is going to be challenged in the Constitutional Court. It has already been said, because people think that it is unconstitutional.
Who's going to challenge it? By you?
Well, firstly, we can be as friends of the court from institutions like ACRI South Africa said they will challenge it. That is one institution that said that they are very serious about it. Some agricultural unions as well said that they will challenge the expropriation bill.
But in principle, you as a party, in principle, do you disagree with the issue of land redistribution?
We disagree in the way land redistribution is taking place. We believe that there should be the willing buyer, willing seller principle. Because
but it didn't work. I'm sorry to cut you, but it didn't work. There was that principle of willing buyer, willing seller.
No, it can work if there is a will from the side of the government. It didn't work because they didn't want to work it. For instance, 5% of all agricultural land gets onto the market, open market annually. This year, for instance, there are land that is below the market value because of the droughts. But the question is whether there's a will from the government. It can work if the government wants it to work.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. General Groenewald. You say it can work, the issue of land. And on that note, I go straight to my friend and my colleague, Lukhanya Kalata.
How are you? Thank you.
All right, and thank you very much, Manalisi. I'm now joined by the Secretary General of the African National Congress, who've just emerged from the National Assembly, where President Jacob Zuma had obviously just finished his State of the Nation address. So thank you very much for joining us. Just first and foremost, your reaction to the State of the Nation address. Was it an articulation of the ANC's policies from the Lekgotla?
Obviously, if you saw our pamphlet for the People's Assembly, where we listed 12 key tasks, all of them are covered by that State of the Nation address. It means the process from the January 8th to the Lekgotla of the ANC, to the Lekgotla of Cabinet, to the State of the Nation is a seamless process. And therefore, I'm quite happy details in economy, because the biggest problem facing South Africa
is low growth of the economy, unemployment, poverty, and therefore the focus on the economy was not an accident and a detailed attempt to talk about what we mean by radical economic transformation. We've been talking about it as a slogan. We get into details, and the SONA did exactly the same. And we went to agriculture, we went into details, went into mining, went to various sectors, we went into education, and made a point that we are recommitting ourselves to providing free education up to junior degree level for the poor and the working class. So the state of the nation is in line with the thing of the ANC.
One of the key things, however, that did happen during the State of the Nation address is what happened right in front with everything with the EFF, the Democratic Alliance. As the ANC, how do you view what took place and how Parliament dealt with that matter?
Actually, I think the Speaker was too patient. You don't allow that kind of disruption to continue for an hour. Should have dealt with that disruption in 20 minutes and be done with it. Because if people come to Parliament with the intention to disrupt, Parliament must be able to respond to disruption, quick and swift. And to me, that's it. And if they walk out, it's their choice. They're disadvantaging the constituency they are representing here. Because they will talk to their constituency on the basis of what they look at in television.
The president did address the issue of land. You know, he explained a little bit on what the government is going to do going forward. Will there be a consultancy with obviously white business, farmers, that obviously for them the issue of land is also quite a critical matter too?
We'll consult everybody, but the status quo can't continue. The 17% that were given under apartheid is congested. If you go to the villages, you'll find that what used to be grazing pieces of land are now full of houses because people are growing, populations are growing. And therefore it can't be just negotiating and asking for permission. We'll engage them, we'll talk to them. That's why we are having an evaluator general in place so that it cannot just be market prices that determine land. And therefore we must drive harder in terms of giving our people land. But that land, it's not just land for the sake of land. It's land to produce. If people get land and they don't produce, they don't know the purpose of land redistribution.
So Natasha, do you know of any real threat to the president's life that we have live ammunition here in the parliamentary precinct?
I'm not in the security sector.
But you have the ear of the president.
I'm not in the security sector. I don't want to pretend to be a securocrat.
All right, so thank you very much. That was Secretary General of the ANC, Mr. Gwede Mantashe. I now cross you back to my colleague, Manelisi Dubatse.
Not my strong point.
Thank you very much, Lucanio. And with me now, I have the leader of the IFP, Chief Mangosuthu Buthelezi, who was also in the house as the whole drama was unfolding. Chief Buthelezi.
No, Chief is not used anymore.
Prince Buthelezi.
Yes.
Your take on the president's address?
Pardon? Well, I think the president actually touched the right buttons. But frankly, I didn't expect that one was going to get many surprises, because of the state of the country, the state of the economy, and so on. But I think as a statement of intent, I don't think that one can fault him about the vision, about the future, and especially the key thing that he talked about was the issue of the land, because land is the most tangible form of investment. And when he mentioned that issue, particularly the fact that people must accept land rather than money, was to me resonates well with me, except that I'm very worried because there are many people who have been given land of our people, but actually where the land goes down because they don't use it properly. He talked about education, for instance, making the area conducive to good learning in our schools. He talked about the importance of agriculture itself, and while one was impressed also by the achievement of the expanded public service program, where he said that more than 2 million jobs were created. But one realizes, of course, that we still have a long way to go. And when he even came to the economy itself, when he mentioned that in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, only 10% of the business are black-owned. So I think, as a whole, we covered, the whole area on the basis of what the country should be, where the country should be going. I think it was very impressive. Of course, one at the back of one's mind, the fact that the recession as such in the world and in our country in particular, with the economic growth being at less than 1%, that while these are very good statements of intent, one gets worried about the implementation and the feasibility of this, particularly now when we have to borrow money as a country, even for housekeeping purposes.
Prince Buthelezi, thank you very much for your insight. And that was IFP leader Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi. And I go straight back to Lukhanyo Kalata.
Thank you, Manalisi. I am now joined by the president of the APC, Mr. Themba Godi. Sir, thank you very much for joining us. Just your impressions overall of the State of the Nation address by the president.
Yeah, I think the tone and the posture was quite different. There was some substance around the radical economic transformation. We're also happy on the land question, which the Africanists have stood by all along, that freedom will mean nothing unless our people have access to land as a meaningful means of production. But also the issue around education, higher education, trying to find solutions for higher education. I think it's more around implementation. If we can have implementation, it will not be there in relation to our socialist perspective, but at least it will move us some steps away from where we have been static for all the time that we've been having this State of the Nation address.
One of the things that the president also did obviously address, and quite crucially, was the issue of job creation, particularly among the youth. Your opinion? Well,
look, you see, the shortfall is the fact that the state will only be involved through, policies, through licensing. The state currently owns about 30% of the economy, and as a socialist party, we would want to see the state playing a much more active role so that it can effect on job creation. Otherwise, its reliance on the private sector to do it, which has not been doing for the last 2 decades, does not bode well and cannot be a guarantee that you are going to see the jobs that the president spoke about being created.
And then just finally, what did you make of everything that happened before the president was actually given the space and the room to deliver the State of the Nation address?
Well, scandalous. It's such a pity. Since 2014, we have come to know that this will always be the preface to the address. And I wish that the parties that are engaged in this kind of behavior could at some point take a step back and have a look at themselves. If you believe the president should not, then maybe don't come. Stay away and allow those who will be there to listen and to take the process forward.
All right, sir, thank you very much. That was the president of the APC in Parliament, Mr. Themba Godi, just giving us his opinion as to what he makes of the State of the Nation address. We see the minister in the presidency, Jeff Radebe, is addressing us now on what had taken place in the National Assembly. Let's listen in.
Without any fear, favor, or prejudice.
Thank you very much, Lukhanyo, and let me say goodbye to our SABC 2 viewers and welcome our 404
members of this National Assembly. If we include the NCOP, there were almost 500 people there. Each one of us have their right. So when the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces made the ruling that she did, she was also affirming the right of others to listen to the president giving a State of the Nation address. There is a very important point that this is an extraordinary session of the joint sitting of Parliament where the President convenes it for the specific purpose of giving his State of the Nation address. What we saw there also does not augur well where violence is being utilized as the chairperson of the NCOP has indicated that is going to make an investigation to see how the paper spray was used within the corridors of Parliament.
Sir, if I may ask, based on everything since 2014 that we've seen the escalation of violence inside the National Assembly, do you think there's merit to the calls that maybe Parliament should be dissolved?
Thank you very much, Lucanio. And right now I'm having the leader of the ACDP, Reverend Kenneth Mishwe. Reverend Mishwe, the president talked about growth, at least about 1.3% growth. Is that possible?
We don't think it is possible. He always tells about what they plan to do without giving the details. Now we know that one of the things he said is going to be a priority that he has said many times before, and it never happened, was that crime is going to be a priority. They are going to reduce crime. Now you know that last week Rosidenville was on fire because people are sick and tired of criminals that are in cahoots, even with some police. Now talking about corruption, he himself knows that he needs to go to court to answer questions about charges against him. And for as long as he's seen to be running away from the courts, he cannot be hard on corruption the way he should be. So we think that the speech definitely did not have the meat that we expected. Now, when he spoke about the 94 patients who lost their lives, we sympathize and we also pass on our condolences. But he did not say what he's going to do to ensure that our hospitals and clinics offer good quality service. We know that a number of our hospitals and clinics do not have even enough medication. Doctors are working over hours and they are saying too many hours, and they say they are tired. So the president did not address issues that many people want to hear about. Now, the other important thing is that the Rainbow Chicken is threatening to lay down thousands of workers because of imports that are coming, cheap imports that are coming into the country. He did not talk about that, and he does not tell us how he's going to protect the jobs that our people are losing almost on a daily basis. We are not happy that unemployment is increasing, poverty is increasing. Why? Because jobs are being lost rather than jobs being created.
Thank you very much, Reverend Mishwe. And right now, I'm joined immediately by Ngabayum Zinkwankwa. He is the chief whip of the UTM. Ngaba, the president has spoken.
Yes.
And can you unpack the statement? Do you agree with what he said?
Well, from our view as the United Democratic Movement, he repeated most of some of the things he said last year, so there wasn't really anything new. But we must, for an example, he spoke about the one-stop shop Invest SA that he mentioned last year. And he said, for instance, last year that they were going to make sure that they establish it, but the first branch is only going to be open this year. The other issue is that, remember, on the issue of radical economic transformation, the president said that in 2014 for the first time. He's still saying exactly the same thing. And you look at the transformation of the economy, there's nothing radical about it. It's still the toy-toys route and approach that the ANC has taken so far. But I think we welcome initiatives such as, for example, if you look at saying that BRICS would have its own rating agency, that announcement is very good. The other issue which I think is important and that we must commend the president for is the issue around fighting cartels and collusion in specific sectors in our economy in trying to transform the economy of South Africa. But I think the issue around ownership in mining, issues of employment equity, because look at the Employment Equity Commission report, it always paints a grim picture all the time about transformation and who occupies the senior management levels in our companies, both in the private sector and to some extent even in the public sector. Those are things that they need to focus on and make sure that there's enforcement.
Mr. Kwangwa, thank you very much. And immediately we will take Professor Kubisa of the NFP. Prof, what's your take on the president's speech?
Well, the speech of the president was like a report card. There is really nothing new that he came up with. We accept the issue of radical economic transformation, but what is needed are tangible programs.
What do you understand about this radical economic transformation? What is it?
Well, the concept as such will become a buzzword unless it is made practical. For instance, you know, we have a lot of our youth who are unemployed. They've got degrees, they've got certificate, diplomas. they've graduated, but they're unemployed. What do we do? How do they get funding? How do they get finance? How do they get mentorship? How are they assisted in terms of coaching? What do you do to ensure that the economy in the townships is boosted? Investor confidence. How do you bring in more investors in our country? Those are the issues that we should bring to the fore. There is some economy in the rural areas, integrated rural and urban development. These are the key issues that must be brought to the fore. With regard to the issues of land, 50-50 program, but the issue that we should be speaking about, what is it that is going to be done by those who are owning land and are abusing our people? These are the issues we need to be speaking about. The infrastructure, schools in rural areas is decaying, no libraries, no laboratories, teachers underpaid. All these are the issues that we should be bringing to the fore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kubisa and Tlantla Kubisa, the Chief Whip of the NFP. And let me take you back to my colleagues, Leanne. I see now that I can still continue. I have Mr. Jimmy Manyi. He's now Mzwanele Manyi of late. Mzwanele, the president has spoken. I'm sure you are happy.
Very excited. For us as a Progressive Professional Forum, we're very excited. We think this was a watershed speech. The president has touched on all the key issues. The president has touched on the issue of the land, and he has lamented the lack of progress, only 8% of the land transferred, and also has lamented on the poor transformation of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, where black people continue to own only 3%. The fact that at the top management, black people, though they constitute 80%, they still very much in low percentage.
Zonel, I hate to cut you, but
yes.
Very quickly, he has been saying all these things. Where is the implementation?
I think it's important to understand that in South Africa, where we've got a constitutional democracy, where we've got rule of law, the implementation starts with fixing the policy. The problem in the country has been the issue of the defective policy. We're very happy that the president has, last year, 6 months ago, announced a repeal of the PPPFA, which has been a policy that has been hindering the issue of delivery. Now we're talking about the land, and the president is talking about making sure that the land bill is consulted enough so that all the inputs are made. You cannot just run into implementation without a proper policy framework. So I'm very happy that the president is also focusing on making sure that we've got a transformational policy.
Thank you very much. That is Mzwanele Manyi of Triple P. And now let me go straight to Leanne and Aldrin in the studio.
Well, then you have to make sure that you get Mzwanele Manyi's name right.
Yeah.
It is Mzwanele Manyi. It's not Jimmy Manyi
Indeed.
anymore. And you need to make sure that you call him Prince Buthelezi.
Ransom, we may have political differences, but in spite of the political differences, there has to be mutual respect.
Earlier on is I was actually hoping that when Umanelisi was speaking to Jimmy, to Mzwanele rather, that he would touch on the issue around FICA, because the president also mentioned this and said that now we've sent the bill back to Parliament for constitutional concerns around whether it meets constitutional muster, and there has been a lot of noise that has been made around the FICA bill.
Yeah.
Treasury had, for instance, said all along that the bill should be signed by the president should assent to the bill, the ANC's NEC as well. And we'll have to wait and see how this the battle over the FICA bill unfolds in the ANC, considering, of course, that the ANC is also going to its policy conference.
Yeah, indeed. A lot of other issues that many people were hoping would be addressed, and unfortunately it didn't look like the president touched on those ones. State-owned enterprises, things like that. I think people wanted more about that. Also, SASA. There's a big issue that's happening with the payouts, and I think more needed to be spoken about that. I'm not too sure if that was given enough attention. And other policy uncertainties, I think that there was something that people wanted a little bit more meat on. But you know, if you, I suppose, look at it and digest it properly, we'll be able to read a lot more into it. But as a lot of other people saying, it's just a report card that was given tonight, and hoping that a lot more will come out of it.
And that's the thing with the State of the Nation address, is that every time after the State of the Nation address, you'll have some people who would come out and say that, listen, the president didn't go into detail. And if, for instance, I pull Gwede Mantashe right now and ask him about this, and he will argue that, listen, this will be detailed in the budget speeches of all the different ministries about how they're going to ensure that the government's policy, as planned out by or as spoken out by President Jacob Zuma, is implemented throughout the year. Look,
just a quick sideline away from the contents of the actual speech. Remember that there's still the grand parade that's happening, and President Jacob Zuma is on his way there to address the crowds. I know that Sports Minister Fikile Mbalula has actually addressed the crowds, saying that the president will be there even if there are just 10 people remaining. So he is expected there, and he is going to address those crowds. But let's go back to what's happening just outside of Parliament, getting the reactions. Manelisi, not too sure who you're with now, but looking forward to the reaction.
I'm with the very happiest man, Leanne. The president has spoken a lot about the issue of land. That is the leader of the Pan-Africanist Congress. Just on the issue of land, I know that the PAC feel very strong about this. What do you think, or how's your feeling?
Yeah, the feeling that we have is that Zuma, firstly, he's looking like a very tired man. I don't know who has written his speech, obviously, but what is very clear is that what he was telling the nation today is a rhetoric. In fact, they should be just, talking to PAC so that we can show them what is meant by radical economic transformation, by radical redistribution of land. Because, you cannot talk about radical redistribution of land without repealing Section 25, because they are saying they will do it through constitutional means. We have got the property clause, the willing seller, willing buyer, and you all know that our people, they do not have money. And the majority of this land is still owned by the white minority. And you see the posture that they gave these whites, I think in the early 90s, when PAC was telling them that land must be the first item in the agenda. I think they are not getting now what they expected to get from the white people.
So you are basically saying it's more talk and less action?
It's more talk, because how can you transform economy under this social system? You need to change the social system. You need to change the capitalist framework, because this South Africa is still a neoliberal state, and it is controlled by the capitalist. So, how can he come and tell us that they are selling pigs to the Indians, and they are also, and then the farmers now will have shares in the farmers they are working in? That is hogwash. I think South Africans now must just wake up, because it is after 20 years. We are celebrating 20 years of this constitution. And what has prevented this ruling party from at least transferring the land to the rightful owners? Why all of a sudden now they are playing with words, radical? Do they understand what radical? If they want to understand radical transformation or real distribution of land back to the rightful owners, I think they must come to PAC. And what they need to do first is to thank EPAC, because this is what we have been saying all along, but they've been making it a joke. And our people, they continue to suffer. There are social ills, more especially when it comes to the African people, the indigenous. And we have been telling them that land is a national asset. It is a gift that was given to the citizens, the indigenous people, by God. And we are saying land should not be treated as a commodity. It must just be redistributed to the African people.
Thank you very much. That is Mr. Mbinda. I thought, Aldrin, that Mr. Mbinda was a happy man. He's a very angry man. Back to you, Aldrin.
Well, considering that land is such a topical issue, and President Jacob Zuma obviously indicating in his State of the Nation address that the wealth of the country must be returned to the rightful owners. Right now I'm joined by Minister in the Presidency, Jeff Radebe, as well as Umam Nosivio Mapisa Ngakula. Thank you so much for joining us at this moment to discuss the State of the Nation address and basically what unfolded within Parliament. It was many people looking at what was happening in Parliament. Some were even thinking thinking that this might be the day that the president doesn't deliver the State of the Nation address, Minister in the Presidency?
Well, I think the first point to be made about the happenings in Parliament, that our Constitution gives every one of South Africans a right to demonstrate freedom of expression, freedom that is enshrined in our Constitution. What we saw in the beginning by members of the EFF and later the DA is an expression of our multi-party democracy at work. But having entrenched the right of each individual, your right must not also infringe the rights of others. There are 400 members of the National Assembly. If you add the NCOP, there are about 500 there. So we can't allow a situation where a few members infringes on the right of others, because the business of the day this evening was a State of the Nation address, which is an extraordinary session called by the President for the specific purpose of delivering a State of the Nation address. All of us, at least members of the governing party, the ANC, we're going there to listen to the President, and millions of South Africans as well. 1 hour, 20 minutes on, it had not yet started. That is why we support the decisions of the presiding officers for those members to be removed from Parliament so that the business of the day must ensue. But having said that, I think the use of the pepper spray is something that we cannot support. That is why I agree with the chairperson of the NCOP that an investigation must be gone through on what basis that happened.
You know, when I heard that, when the presiding officer, Thandi Modise, mentioned that, the National Council of Provinces chairperson mentioned that there will be this investigation, and you can even see President Jacob Zuma struggling to read through that speech, coughing and drinking water. It speaks about a story of there was a breach of security that happened here, and it happened while the president was in the National Assembly. And one then starts to ask the question, how safe are the members of Parliament and the security of Parliament if that could happen while the president is in the National Assembly?
Well, I think that's a good question. I think South Africans should wake up to the reality. Let's smell the coffee, that things are not as good as we think they are. Let's not assume that everybody is as innocent as we think they are, because none of us expected, in everything which happens today, but none of us expected that somebody would be carrying a pepper spray and that they would unleash the pepper spray on ordinary people who are attending the parliamentary sitting. My view is that there was a breach of security. Of course, there has to be an investigation, and I hope that in investigating that matter, we'll get to the bottom of everything and identify who the culprits are, irrespective of whether they are members of Parliament or it's guests of members who were in the House. But something needs to be done. People need to know that you cannot, as Jeff said earlier on, you can't, because you want to express your own views, your own feelings about issues that we have differences, therefore trample on the rights of other people. It is incorrect. The manner in which we should debate and engage on these matters has to be robust, but there has to be mutual
language
respect.
that was used,
Absolutely.
and considering that that the entire country is watching, there are children who are watching.
Absolutely.
Foul language. It took me by surprise as well. The F-bombs, as they say on Twitter, that were dropped while Mr. Steenhuisen from the DA was speaking. Some are saying that came from the ANC's quarters, and I wonder if the ANC should be investigating this.
Well, happily that in that house there are a lot of cameras, so I'm sure that culprit will be identified and the law must take its course. But I think all the happenings that happened today must not distract from the importance of the State of the Nation address, especially the issues that the President is highlighting, that of focusing our attention on economy, especially during these bad times of sluggish economic growth. So this speech ought to mobilize all South Africans, not only members of the governing party, but all South Africans, that has put our shoulder to the wheel, driving the National Development Plan, a vision that all of us accepted and endorsed. Partnerships between government, the private sector, labor, and organs of civil society, so that we can be able to reignite this growth
by working together, focusing on the economy, not into the politics. Politics the past 22 years have served us well. Now the game in town must be economic transformation, so that this political democracy must also be accompanied by the economic emancipation of all South Africans, not some South Africans, so that we can have this inclusive and shared growth for the people of this great nation.
Well, thank you so much. There you have it from the Minister in the Presidency, Jeff Radebe, as well as the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans, Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula. Just their remarks on what happened in Parliament just before President Jacob Zuma delivered his State of the Nation address, and rightfully so, as the Minister in the Presidency has indicated, is that what had happened outside in Parliament or inside Parliament shouldn't take away the message from President Jacob Zuma. And of course, those big issues around land redistribution, the radical economic transformation, what it really means for ordinary South Africans.
Hello and welcome to the special broadcast of the State of the Nation address, which has just been delivered by President Jacob Zuma in Parliament. We have all the latest news and highlights around SONA 2017 right here on SABC News Channel 404. I'm Lulu Gabu.
And I'm Tabile Ngwato. Thank you for joining us. We are going to bring you all of the in-depth analysis of President Zuma's State of the Nation address, which essentially outlines government's plans this year. Now, as our colleague Aldrin mentioned earlier on, President Jacob Zuma is at the Grand Parade, and we now cross over there where he will be addressing those who are gathered there.
No, this is the ranking businesses. And the leadership of the province, you know, comrades, we are here in the Western Cape, where we always do the State of the Nation address. What is the State of the Nation address? It means the president of the country gives a report to the country, which is based on what he would have said a year ago, but also say what is it that we are going to do going forward. It's an important statement made in the country. All serious South Africans listen to it, because that's when they will know what is the situation in the country. But those who are not serious about the country, they don't care whether they can listen or not listen. They expose themselves of who they are. Thank you very much for coming in your numbers to be here to support the State of the Nation address. And I heard that you were here very early on the day to be here with your government, with your leadership of the ANC. We said a number of things I'm sure you heard, but one of the things that I would want to emphasize, particularly on what the comrade was saying, we have taken a decision to observe and celebrate one of our outstanding presidents, President Oliver Tambo, this year, because if he was still alive, he would be finishing 100 years this year. If we are to do that, we have to remember him and what he stood for and how he worked so hard that even his health deteriorated. And he said, when he was no longer well, that the little energy he has, he will all exhaust it in the struggle to ensure that we are all free. He led the ANC in an outstanding fashion, taught us so many things, including the fact that when we take decisions in the high structures of the ANC, we do not vote. That came to him because he said, if we are discussing an issue, discuss it until you agree. Because if you don't discuss the matter, you might think we have understood one another and yet not. He was a great man, a father. We also utilize the possibility in Parliament to talk about that one. But the critical message that we have discussed in the leadership, agreed, is that we needed to change the economy of this country radically. We, the blacks, we are a majority, but we have very little to do with the economy. And that is the task of the ANC. We also want to deal with the question of the land. Without the land, there will be no economic empowerment. And therefore, the issue of the land has been the issue. This is what you needed to discuss in the structures of the ANC and unite behind that vision. This is the year we needed to change our lives. And we can only change our lives by changing the status of our economy. So thank you very much. Baie dankie. Baie dankie for being here. Huh? Thank you very much. Siyabulela. Tozobao. Oh, indlela esihambayo. Oh, indlela esihambayo. Oh, indlela esihambayo. Oh, indlela esihambayo. Washu Mandela kubalandeli bakhe othi sohlangana nge-freedom day. Washu Mandela kubalandeli bakhe othi sohlangana nge-freedom day. Oh, indlela esihambayo. Oh, indlela esihambayo. Oh, indlela esihambayo. Oh, indlela esihambayo. Washu Mandela kubalandeli bakhe othi sohlangana nge-freedom day. Washu Mandela kubalandeli bakhe othi sohlangana nge-freedom day. Indlela esihambayo. Indlela esihambayo. Indlela esihambayo. Indlela esihambayo. Washu Mandela kubalandeli bakhe othi sohlangana nge-freedom. Washu Mandela kubalandeli bakhe othi sohlangana nge-freedom day. Umshene wami, mshene wami, umshene wami, mshene wami.
umshini wami webaba umshini wami mshini wami umshini wami mshini wami umshini wami webaba umshini wami mshini wami umshini wami mshini wami umshini wami webaba umshini wami 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 mshini wami umshini wami mshini wami umshini wami webaba hayi wena uyangibambezela umshini wami mshini wami umshini wami webaba hayi wena musungibambezela umshini wami mshini wami. Thank you very much.
Oh, you just have to love South Africa. That was President Jacob Zuma giving us a free performance. Why worry about performers when the president can, in a jovial mood, wrap up his State of the Nation address, just as we know him, in song.
Yeah.
Well, let's now turn our attention to the substance of that State of the Nation address that we saw earlier this evening. Now, joining us to unpack the State of the Nation address is political analyst Professor Gwandiwe Gondlo and the leader of Black First, Land First, Andile Mutama. Thank you very much for joining us, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for being patient. It's been a very long evening. But let's get into it. Andile, we chatted about how happy you are with what the president said with regards to the land issue and farmers in the country.
Yes, I mean, firstly, I think it's important to say the behavior of the opposition parties indicates that they have run out of ideas. I don't think they have anything substantial to provide, and so they will be providing drama, meaningless drama. It's completely unnecessary. I think they should have listened to the president and rebut his, speech in the provided time. So opposition has got nothing to say, but what the president had to say today was important in many respects, and I think he touched on the big questions which have been neglected for a long time. We were happy as Black First, Land First because we had written to the president saying he shouldn't particularly sign the expropriation bill. It does not do what it's supposed to do. The bill is supposed to end this land policy which says we must buy back stolen land. But this bill doesn't do so. So, it's being returned to the National Assembly. We'll have another bite and we'll provide further input. But there are other issues, on education, and I'm sure Professor Nkondo will say something there. On BRICS, I think I was particularly interested in the BRICS rating agency. One of the big problems in terms of the global politics and controllers of the world is these rating agencies. Currently, rating agencies are privately controlled and are controlled by the West, and they are used as weapons to discipline, to destroy economies of countries that want economic liberation. Without rating agencies which are controlled and sympathetic to these countries, we have no chance. South Africa will not move into a radical direction without a rating agency. But let me just also say, whilst the president's rhetoric provided a shift into what can be seen as more radical, the rhetoric is radical. Often what happens in the country is in an elective year for the ruling party, such as this year, you find a division within the ANC of those who want to maintain the status quo or those who are seen as pro-white capital and those who say let's change things radically. The president is moving with the message of let's change things radically. My worry is that the president is not going to be president after 2 years. Who is going to carry out these policies? We know once there's an election, a new president comes in, the pattern has been they go back to the bad policies that normally they say they want to change before. So I want to see President Zuma in his last 2 years actually leading the implementation of the things that he talks about. Otherwise, it's just empty rhetoric. We're back to square one.
Let's bring in Prof. Gondlo here.
Yes.
Prof, I mean, Andile has touched on a lot of things. He's touched on issues around the economy, the word radical economic transformation, the phrase rather, that's been thrown around a lot, especially leading up to the SONA. But let's backtrack a little bit. We saw those disruptions at the beginning of the State of the Nation address. Andile touched on it briefly, saying that the opposition had no other thing to do or had no other input to the State of the Nation address but to cause chaos. Your take on that, and then maybe you can just overall give us a brief view of what you thought of the State of the Nation address.
My take on that is a bit cautious, more cautious than Andile's. Because I would actually say, if you say the opposition has run out of ideas, the ANC has run out of leadership and ethical grounding. So in my view, I strongly believe the opposition had points. And I strongly believe that there are really issues legally that have not been cleared, especially the Constitutional Court judgment. A lot of statements which, in my analysis, I found free-floating and sweeping were in that judgment which was made by Mkhweng. And I thought opposition parties would actually unite, go back to the Constitutional Court, get clarification of if this is the finding, what should be the necessary action which we as parliamentarians can take to deal with these issues. So I think those issues were left sort of grayish as far as I'm concerned. But I think the performance of the opposition party, in my view, I think it was a bit exaggerated. Because even if you're opposed to something, you don't have to destroy your own dignity.
And the violence that erupted afterwards?
In opposing that person.
What about the treatment of the opposition afterwards?
And of course, I think the treatment of the opposition was a bit harsh this time. And also the fact that even cameras, the media, were kept away from what was happening.
But was this expected? Because opposition had asked the Speaker of Parliament and it asked the parliamentarian officers to say, why is there more deployment of the SANDF at the Parliament precinct, and why are there more police on the grounds? What exactly are you preparing for? Are you preparing for war? And having seen some of the visuals, was this to be expected?
Look, I think out of desperation, the Speaker of Parliament, because she really tried this time to band, extend patience, but I think she was pushed to the corner and she had to call an intervention by security.
Andile, I see you cringing there. You can come in.
I just think the opposition is silly, in my view. In fact, even relying on Mkhweng's judgment, you know, Prof, Mkhweng says the president has breached, the Constitution, but he says also the National Assembly. So the same people that the Constitutional Court says have in fact themselves breached the Constitution are the ones saying President Zuma is breaching the Constitution. So this is crazy madness. What would have been useful in my view?
Okay, should he not be held accountable because it also mentions the National Assembly, so we should look at it as a duo, or if we look at him as an individual, are you saying that he has breached the Constitution?
Is shouting at the president,
no.
jumping up and down?
Of course not.
I mean, a mechanism to hold him accountable? No.
Of course not, but I'm saying you are now mentioning what the judgment says, right? And it says the president and the National Assembly. So let's look at that. Are you saying that they now need to be held accountable as a duo, and only then will the opposition's comments or what they have to say relevant?
Absolutely. I mean, that will be done, then it will make sense. Otherwise, it's hypocritical, right? I mean, all of you are being found guilty, by the Constitutional Court. But my view is this. Look, we have serious things in this country, serious matters to deal with. If the EFF disrupted the parliament and the president by saying to the President Zuma, give us land, give us free education, give us the minimum wage of 12,500 workers died for in Marikana, deal with the health question, free education. If this was the issues they stood up and argued for, it would make sense. But this is frivolous. This shows that, in fact, the opposition parties in this country are interested in regime change, not in addressing the core questions that affect our nation. The ANC has been let off the hook by this, in my view, incapacity and childish behavior of the opposition parties. We can talk about how, for instance, even the president's speech, which in many ways it has got right indications, right indicators. However, if you look, we are 23 years later into democracy. You need a different sense of how things are going to happen. I'm not sure we're there yet.
Certainly, I totally agree with that. And you saying that it's 23 years, the opposition, being the EFF, I'll leave the DA out for now, they've only been there for, what, 2 years? So we can't even pin it on them. We need to now focus and not digress and say, okay, what were the contents of the State of the Nation address? What is it that the president should have said? How is it going to impact the person on the ground? And something that you mentioned earlier on, which Lulu asked you, was a land question. For example, the expropriation issue. Government has power. The ANC is in power. Do you think it's done enough? Because it seems like it hasn't, and it's not like it doesn't have the power. So are we afraid of taking back and saying this is fair, it was taken, and now it needs to be given back? Is that process just too slow?
Yeah. The ANC has been very disappointing on the land question. And this is, as a result, I think, bad advice that it gets, including this expropriation bill, as we say. If you read it, you'll see that, in fact, it again avoids a direct confrontation with landowners. Here's the point. All the land in South Africa is stolen property from black people. What you need is simply to return that land to its rightful owners. Of course, I mean, white people who will benefit, will give them, like, you know, okay, you're a citizen, also you deserve something, we'll do that. But there is no sense on this question. The policies which are there, and Section 25 makes it impossible. That's why I saw the 12 points of the ANC, which the president's speech is by and large also based on that. It says we will return land using the Constitution. That is a little bit like saying, let's go into a fight, but then I actually bind my hands, because the Constitution as it stands right now, and we can have a big debate about it, in our view, is it says you have to buy back the land. It might say take some things off, but ultimately, and you look at all the judgments already that has come dealing with the issue of compensation, is going to come down to market value, meaning that we must buy back our land. There's no ethical reason for us to do so.
But now, Angela, just on that point, is it not a case of avoiding violent degradation, where we have a situation like what happened in Zimbabwe, for instance, a couple of years ago, and it's still taking place? Is the government not trying to avoid a situation like that? Because everyone is South African. Everyone who is here is a South African. And to own land, regardless of how it was gotten, at the end of the day, the people who own the land have used the land and cultivated the land. And what should happen going forward?
It's a little bit like if I steal your car and I, you know, put new tires and the nice things in the paint and I use it to make a business, and then when you say you want your car back, I say, wait, you know, I've made your car more beautiful, therefore it belongs to me. No, that logic does not follow. The president is correct to say there is no possibility of economic freedom for black people, no dignity, no freedom without land redistribution. You know, people speak in South Africa as if black people are not subjected to what we must call structural violence, the violence of exclusion, of poverty, which is directly linked to the land question. Already our people are the people, Baja, the Tloho, Limalan, I mean, this chicken feet. This is what black people eat in the township and squatter camps. There is food insecurity in this country. So no one should tell us that our situation will get worse by returning the land that belongs to us. In fact, we know that if we get land and support, our situation will certainly improve. But not only on the agricultural sector, land on land is the mineral question. Something maybe we'll talk about. The president did touch on the mining question. But when we talk about land, we talk about not just for agriculture. We talk about the real estate. We talk about land here in Johannesburg. We talk about land in minings. We talk about the ocean economies. So there is no solution of, remember, we are a colonial society. Colonial society in the sense that 1652 arrived here, guys, from Europe. They enslaved us, stole our land. We have not resolved this question. We can't move without addressing that question. So the land question must be addressed by any means necessary, even if it means maybe for 2 weeks don't have pap and fleece.
Prof, let's look at radical economic transformation. I mean, I mentioned earlier on that it's been thrown around quite a lot, and the president focused on it, and he said, you know, this is what we mean by radical economic transformation, where he was speaking about the social ills that people still face today, 23 years later, you know, since the dawn of democracy. Are we on the right track, or is it the same thing that we've heard before? Because some of the things are that are being mentioned are things that we've seen before, we've seen implemented in acts, but we seem like we're not getting there.
Yeah, look, I agree with people who say the President's State of the Nation was basically a government report card. He was reporting on progress of government. I used to be in government. I know how we used to compile reports of the department I was in, send them to the presidency as a contribution to the State of the Nation address. So in other words, the State of the Nation address is really a high-level summary of, I would say, operational and implementation reporting of the various government departments. But my view is that the State of the Nation of Mr. Zuma did not actually speak to the heart and soul of the nation. There are issues which concern many South Africans about the country. And as a leader, you're supposed to rise above operations and talk to the hearts, minds, and souls of South Africans. And one of the major concerns is actually not, I would say, it's a non-economic dimension of South African society. Yeah. The first one is the issue of I would say, the lack of community renaissance. The communities are falling apart. Things seem to be flying in different directions all at once. People, if you talk to ordinary people, they are concerned about what is happening today. It's like the country is losing direction. So the issue of leadership, the issue of social cohesion, you see, the issue of ethical standing, these are the concerns you find in communities. And I thought, as the president, as the leader, he would actually give some assurances and touch on those issues. But he speaks as if society is just normal and is concerned about the operations of government.
Prof, just to come in there, speaking of social cohesion and some of the concerns that people on the ground may have, somebody would disagree and say people are more worried about bread and butter issues. Like, do I have a job? Do I have, enough food to eat? Am I making enough to pay for my children's education? I mean, we had that conversation yesterday, for example, with the signing of the minimum wage agreement, where that came out.
But since you must understand, people are also concerned about the fact that the country is getting more deeply divided, and racism is again rearing its head, because it has implications for their own security as well, for their own lives. Of course, including bread and butter issues.
But where is the balance then? How does the president and government balance that and ensure that people do get the message across of, yes, this is what we've been doing operationally as government, and this is what we promised the previous year, the previous SONA. Now, going forward, this is what we're looking towards. For instance, the minimum wage, which he was very excited about. He mentioned the fact that he's happy that it was signed, and as Tabile mentioned, the fact that some of the unions are not happy with the minimum wage, and some unions are happy, saying it is a start going forward. Government seems to be happy as well to say, hey, it might not be the perfect solution now, but to start with, it's going to work in ensuring and empowering people to at least have a minimum wage in their pockets.
Absolutely. I've always argued that, look, when people tend to be unfair when they look at the Zuma administration. People tend to portray like it's total failure. It's not true. There are good things which have happened during the entire administration of Mr. Zuma. And some of them actually came out of the State of the Nation address that he delivered. But my argument is that it's not enough. He needs to rise above the concrete operations and talk to more ideational issues affecting the soul and the spirit of the nation.
I thought we've gone through that with Thabo Mbeki, and he did not resolve the big questions. I think today President Zuma showed a lot of leadership. I agree this assessment of the performance was a little bit massaged. If I were him, I would have said we haven't done well in the past 23 years, just there, stop, and then provide, I think his forward projection is what, in my view, shows a lot of leadership. I mean, he's talking on the land issue, on mining, and so on. But the problem is this, I actually think after President Zuma, I don't see the kind of leadership which is going to be able to carry out this project. And that is why it seems to me that President Zuma must be burdened with carrying out these promises that he's making, and for a legacy. He needs to leave a legacy, and that legacy will come with radical transformation. So I would say, for President, next week I deal with Treasury. Treasury right now is controlled by ministers, Pravin Gordhan, for instance, who does not share this vision. He's there to protect white capital. What is President Zuma going to do to make sure that his vision of radical transformation actually is realized? The same on the land question. You can't have the situation of a minister who's wishy-washy. So whether he will be strong enough to get rid of those who don't support his vision, or he's going to allow them to hobble it and then it becomes empty talk, is going to, I think, to be very critical. I believe this State of the Nation address was the best that he has given in my view, because for too long the big questions has not been addressed. The question is, again and again, we're going to have to ask him, President Zuma, you're returning 3 bills back to Parliament. Because remember, it is the expropriation bill, it is the restitution bill, it is the mining and mineral bills. So what is going to happen now? I almost feel like he must abandon that process, and he has the powers to initiate legislation, which will be short, which will be clear. On the land issue, he must simply say no more willing buyer, willing seller, amendment of Section 25, our people should get land. Mobilize society towards that, because already we have seen Free Forum or Freedom Front saying they're going to go to the Constitutional Court. The ANC has the masses. We will support the president if he comes out strong. Land must be retained. Land must be occupied by people, by black landless people. The state must support us to do so. And that is the only way we can push back land thieves, and they will know that you can't hold on to this land because society wants this stuff to happen.
In my view, Andile, I actually think this was actually a very mediocre presentation by the president.
Give me an example of which time did we have a great...
State of the Nation address by president was actually in 2011. That was great.
Tell us
that's where he started. That's where he started articulating the issue of infrastructure project, infrastructure investment to create more jobs, to improve the country's economy, and he actually cited a number of initiatives. But unfortunately, his State of the Nation address doesn't build up on some of the brilliant ideas he mentions previously.
I would say that infrastructural development, this is the problem. Infrastructural development actually giving money to the cartels who controls the construction industry.
One of the cartels is the Indian cartel he belongs to.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm talking about, I
feel like we're digressing now, but the best part about this is that you both have opposing views, and I think that makes a very interesting discussion. Exactly. I want us to touch on a lot more than just the land issue. I think we've given it enough attention, the radical transformation, we've given that enough attention. Let's look at business, because we need South Africa's economy to grow. Jobs will never happen, jobs will never be created if the economy is not growing, for example. Something that he mentioned was SMME support, something that is continuously mentioned. We know the Department of Small Business has initiatives that it works on in terms of empowering small businesses. But small businesses are still not getting where they need to get to. Now, let's look at the reasons behind that first. Is it